Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. Now, today we're going to be talking about somebody who I found today, who is very, I don't know, what's the best word for this individual? I think deranged is a good one. Delusional. I think those are all good descriptions of this person. With that being said, yeah, I don't even know where to start other than, I guess a quick, brief. Tried saying quick and brief at the same time. Jesus Christ. My bad. Where was I going with this? Oh, right. I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below. So if you want to skip around for whatever wacky reason, you are more than welcome to do so. This is a live show, but it's also formatted to be like a podcast. So you are more than welcome to do that. Yeah, I always add that after the fact. So if it's not there yet, obviously, I'm adding it right now if you're watching the VOD. With that being said, I recently discovered an interesting YouTube channel, to say the very least. A YouTube channel owned by a TERF, actually. Now, how did I discover this individual? All zero of you are asking. Well, I actually discovered them because Hunter Avallone made a video on her. Now, she has a channel called PeakTrans. That is the name of her channel. I discovered it today. So that's who we're going to be talking about. Femyoz, your voice is cute. How do you voice train? Thank you very much. I guess you just look up tutorials on YouTube, I guess. It's like, I don't know what the best way to describe it is. I'm not the best at voice training. I guess the best way for me, or I guess what ended up working for me, was understanding like a few basic ideas for voice training, practicing, and just sort of getting a vibe for it. I've already tried that, but thanks anyway. No problem. I don't have like the best advice for voice training, but that's not what this is about anyway. But yeah, anyways, regardless, sorry if I'm like very spacey. I don't want to take my afternoon Adderall. It's a little bit late for that, okay? It's almost 7 o'clock p.m. I need to be able to sleep, unfortunately. So, with that being said, PeakTrans is this old TERF lady who, her description of her channel is challenging transgenderism from a feminist perspective, which is very interesting because if you take a look at any actual feminist theory, it's actually mutually exclusive in terms of being trans exclusive versus a feminist. You can't be both, otherwise you're not actually a feminist. See, there's a reason that feminists actually oftentimes get along with Nazis. The reason being because both categories of people, whether it be TERFs or Nazis, judge people based on essentialization. I guess them essentializing people is the primary mechanism that they use in order to make judgments about individual people. So that's what I find very interesting. It actually goes against what any actual feminist believes. At the end of the day, it's just another example of TERFs being delusional, TERF ideology being a disease. You get the whole point. With that being said, this person started uploading videos about 5 years ago, it seems, and has still, yeah, they're still uploading today, I guess. When it's normal trans shit, it's cool. The non-binary bullshit should not be welcome. Wait, Rise, we're not doing the non-binary debate today, okay? We're not doing that. This is not, we're talking about TERF ideology. We're going to be talking about this old fart named PeakTrans. So with that being said, I guess I've compiled an epic playlist of videos from this individual. Now, I noticed that there are more concurrent viewers than there are likes. I see you through the computer screen. You need to fix that. I'm just saying. What, you don't want to promote me algorithmically so I starve and die? I see how it is. Yeah, I see you not smashing like. Come on. I'm waiting. Yeah, so anyways, let me drink some water. Oh boy. So, anyways, you didn't see nothing? What? See what now? Anyways, I'm not going to be arguing with different people in chat today. Unless PeakTrans shows up in chat. Maybe then we'll do a debate. But other than that, I don't think so. I don't think that'll be the case. With that being said, what do we watch first? I think the video we should watch first is this epic video from the PeakTrans YouTube channel called Why Do I Call Them a Cult? It's a video from 7 months ago that she uploaded. And I'd like to know why she calls it the gender cult. Because, you know, that's a very bold statement. So I'm sure she has plenty of evidence to back it up. And I'm sure it's not just going to be a bunch of bullshit TERF talking points that aren't actually grounded in reality. Let's see what this is all about. This is her intro. This intro was made by a real person, by the way. This is like a real human being. And you can see, she even has the necklace that says, "Woman is adult human female." I'd like to know why that definition is obligatory.
Hi, everyone. It's not uncommon for people on opposing sides of an issue about which they feel passionately to accuse the other side of being a cult. And I
Oh boy, who could that possibly remind me of? I can't think of a single person.
trust that when we do this, we know that we're not using any official definition of what a cult actually is. What we mean
Of course we're
many of
not. We're not using an official definition. But of course, your quote-unquote official definition of woman that you have arbitrarily decided to use as a biological essentialist argument that also excludes intersex people, you have decided that is a rigid definition. But when it comes to describing an entire category of people as a cult, now we get to use loose definitions because it's convenient for her argument.
those on the other side behave in what we see as a cultish manner.
Is it a cultish manner because you say so?
It would perhaps be more accurate to call them a pseudo-cult.
But the title says that you call them a cult. I don't see the word pseudo cult anywhere. It just says a cult, not a pseudo cult, not even cult like, just a cult.
I know quite a lot about cults, not because I've ever been near one in real life, but they are a subject on which, just out of interest, I've done quite a bit of reading and research, and I'm going to...
I'm sure she's done plenty of research. You know, TERFs notoriously are very good at researching things.
State at this early stage that I know there are important differences with actual cults as defined by academic researchers, those providing information.
So if you think that the information from academic researchers is valuable, which I agree, why don't you do this for, I don't know, the academic research in relation to trans people? Oh, it's because it's inconvenient for your argument. I forgot. Oh, that's my bad. I should have known.
And support to people affected by cults, all those involved in deprogramming people who have escaped from a cult. There is a difference between officially designated cults and what I and many others call the gender cult, the gender ideology cult, the gender identity cult.
And why do you call it a cult if you recognize the fact that it objectively is not a cult?
The transgender cult, All of these terms describe pretty much the same people, and there are some things about those people, what they say and how they behave, that I find so sinister that I feel...
Yeah, we're so sinister over here. We're the most sinister community on the internet, actually.
That calling them a cult is justifiable.
It's justifiable, but you just said it was inaccurate. Is it perhaps the case that you don't actually utilize language in the most semantically accurate way imaginable, and that if you deem it to be the case that it serves more utility in terms of your TERF ideology and promoting that, to use it in a way that's less accurate, that's how you're going to use it, because people don't actually use rigid definitions for words?
And I'm about to explain why. And please note, those I describe as cultists are those who promote or defend gender ideology. People often say,
yes, because if you believe in gender ideology, that means you're a part of a cult. If you have any ideological disagreements with this flabby fuck, actually, you're a part of a cult. Don't you dare disagree with the TERF ideology, or else you're in a cult. The only way you can not be in a cult is if you agree with everything that TERFs have to say.
Trans people aren't a cult, how dare you, sort of thing. I haven't said they are. Plenty of trans...
But it look at the title. The title says that you call them a cult. And now you're saying the complete opposite.
Trans-identifying people do not promote gender ideology, and...
Okay, then what is gender ideology? Is it just some sort of like nebulous term to describe like some vague notion of stuff you dislike about trans people? What does it describe? And who is it exclusive to?
In fact, the person I first heard use the term trans cult back in 2017 was Miranda Yardley, a trans-identifying male, and he was using it in...
He? Does that look like a he to you? That apparently that looks like a he, okay.
Condemnation of those who push the ideology.
Okay, and what is the ideology? Oh, don't worry, guys. There are some self-hating trans people like this person who denounces their ideology that would benefit them.
In my experience, the majority of people who behave in the cultish way I'm about to describe are not even trans-identifying. Okay, maybe nowadays...
Well, the identifying factor isn't trans. I'm not transitioning from male to transgender. I'm transitioning from male to female. Transgender is not the identity. Now, you can identify in a way that makes you trans, but being transgender in of itself is not the identity. It is a way in which you can identify in terms of, obviously I'm transgender. I identify as a woman. That's why I'm transgender. But transgender in of itself is not the gender you identify with. That's not transgender. Trans is not the gender. I'm sorry.
Many call themselves non-binary because that's an easy way to be in with the in crowd without actually doing anything.
Or maybe people just don't feel the need to adhere to arbitrarily defined categories that don't really apply to them. Maybe they just don't want to be defined that way. You think maybe that might be the case?
Physically harmful or permanent to themselves.
Harmful? Okay, so you've established a standard for harm. Do you have any statistics that demonstrate any objective or measurable harm? Or is this just something you've made up?
Here is a typical example of what is said.
So here's what it says. Trans people aren't a cult. If any group is a cult, it's gender critical people. This is objectively true, by the way.
Trans people aren't a cult. If any group is a cult, it's GC people. Of course, they would say that, and it's up to them to argue that case. Given how diverse we GC people are
as opposed to the monolith that describes trans people, obviously.
In terms of our politics and beliefs, given the fact that we do actually present arguments backed by evidence.
Really? Would you like to show us the evidence then? Because I'm the one that always uses actual evidence when people ask me for evidence, as opposed to this individual who doesn't. Do you think that all of the peer-reviewed studies and research that are in support of allowing people to transition are wrong? Or do you think maybe it's the case that you're the common denominator and that you're wrong?
And given how much we squabble and criticize each other publicly, good luck with that. I would call all of the real cults deliberate cults. Of course, they don't call themselves cults because that's derogatory, but they were set up for a specific purpose, and they very cynically recruit people to fulfill that purpose.
Do you have any evidence to support this claim, or is this just something you've made up?
They are inward-looking, and they are very much about acquiring wealth and other nice things for the leadership.
Okay, what does this have to do with trans people? Is there like a trans cult where you have the CEO of transgenderism who's making a shit ton of money off of the rest of the trans people? Oh shit, we've been exposed. I was actually the CEO of transgenderism this whole time. I've been profiting so much.
Very often they start with just one charismatic leader. Although the promotion of gender ideology is...
Wait, am I a charismatic leader? That's awesome. I've always wanted to be one of those.
In every sphere of life is very deliberate. I would call the gender cult maybe an accidental cult.
An accidental cult? What do you think a cult is?
I don't think those who fund and push ideology at the highest levels necessarily intended to create the armies of mindless, moronic and violently inclined automatons that we see protesting everything they perceive to be in opposition to their creed and who are ultimately harming it.
Okay, can you give me specific examples of things that would be harmful then?
I came across this tweet by Luke Anderson, who is a trans-identifying female who years ago won the reality TV show Big Brother UK. And here Luke is showing the Nazified version of the misnamed progress flag.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Somebody used the progress flag in a way that made it rotate in 4 different directions in order to create a swastika. Holy shit, I guess trans people are a cult. What incredible evidence.
And saying, hand on heart, in my opinion, this is what it's coming to.
Oh, so true, King. That is definitely what it's coming to, even though there's no evidence, and this is just delusional brain rot. Yep, this is definitely what it's all come to. Is the transgender swastika flag. Yep, very accurate. I mean, some random person on Twitter said so it's obviously true. You know, she talks about having evidence, and the evidence she's shown us so far is some random person on Twitter creating a fucking swastika with the progress flag. This is her evidence.
You can probably imagine the reaction to that from the kind of people Luke was referring to. Here's an example.
Who do you think Luke is referring to?
Replete with irony. What a disgustingly evil, heartless, distasteful thing to post. The LGBTQ plus community don't single people out. Is this guy for real? The one thing that the gender lunatics do unfailingly. And again, a disclaimer, a lot of people who do it aren't any part of the alphabet soup in reality.
The alphabet soup, yes. The LGTV flat screen plus community. Yep. The community of alphabet soup. The Spaghetti-O community.
They are straight allies. But one particularly deranged and despicable thing they do is single people out and try their best.
Who's there? And when you say single people out, what are you referring to? Are you referring to, like, for instance, me singling you out by making fun of you in this video? If that's the case, then everybody singles people out at some point. I guess you would be singling this person out. So obviously that wouldn't be the standard. So I'd like to ask, what do you mean when you say singling people out? I mean, obviously this is a random tweet, so I can't know for certain what this person means either. But
to destroy them. Okay, they don't commit atrocities by putting minorities into gas chambers, but it's not as if some of them wouldn't if they could. The hate they express for people...
I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, like, if hypothetically all TERFs, went on to, like, I don't know, like, they took a ride on, like, the magic school bus, okay? And then the magic school bus went to, like a special location, to help them, with their ADHD, to help them, concentrate, perhaps. I can't say I would be particularly sad about it, but that maybe that's just me. Maybe that
people who oppose them are so very often expressed in terms of wanting us dead.
No, I just don't give a shit. I just think that you're fun to make fun of. I mean, if you died, then who would I have left to make fun of?
TERFs are literally the worst slime to congeal on the surface of the earth.
This is true, by the way.
You'll be in the gas chambers soon enough, though.
Based? In all seriousness, okay, jokes aside, it's from some random user. It's their name. They have their name set to Google user from 1 month ago. It's a random YouTube comment of somebody saying that TERFs are bad and belong in the gas chambers. Wow. Yep, this one YouTube comment single-handedly represents the entire trans community, obviously.
Wonder why this person is anonymous.
You've got this all wrong, especially when literal Nazis are supporting Posey Parker and her GC cult. But
this is true, by the way. There is a very heavy correlation between being gender critical and being a Nazi.
You don't single anyone out, right? They have turned out like this because although they have swallowed the ideology hook, line and sinker, which means that they bought into the idea that transgenderism is normal and simply another example of human diversity, and that...
Which is true, by the way. It is simply another example of human diversity, obviously.
Trans-identifying people are a marginalised and oppressed group akin to homosexuals and ethnic or cultural minorities.
I'm not gonna lie, this is probably one of the worst public speakers I've ever listened to. I guess I don't know if I would call her a public speaker, but if you look at her channel, she has over 11,000 subscribers. I don't know who actually watches this shit other than people like me who would want to make fun of it. She's not charismatic in the slightest. She sounds like a miserable old lady. I mean, I don't know who this is for.
Although they may have bought in to that narrative, they can't actually argue rationally and coherently for any of it. So instead, they lie, they parrot facile slogans, they demonise their opposition, particularly women, trying to keep men out of our single-sex spaces.
The single-sex spaces? Hold on, what about intersex women? You know that intersex women exist and already go into women's spaces. Where would you like them to go? Do they have to go into the men's spaces? Also, what about trans men? People that look like Buck Angel. Do they belong in the women's bathroom? Would you like hulking big men, big burly hulking men like Buck Angel to go to the women's bathroom? Of course not. That would be extremely fucking uncomfortable for most women. Most trans women are not very threatening though. Okay, so let's say hypothetically, you are a woman, okay? You're a cis woman. And there are two possible scenarios, okay? One of them is somebody that looks like me goes into the women's bathroom, goes into the stall, minds my own business, pees, flushes the toilet, washes my hand, and exits. Or, alternatively, you could have somebody that, I don't know, what would be a good example of what a trans man would look like, okay? You have somebody that looks like, I don't know, this, who goes into the women's restroom. What would you prefer? Me going into the women's restroom or this guy going into the women's restroom? What do you think would make the average woman more uncomfortable? I'd like to know. Because personally, I don't think that somebody that looks like this, I don't think this man right here belongs in the women's restroom, but according to TERF ideology, he would belong in the women's restroom because he's a biological female. He's simply a trans-identifying female, which means that because bathrooms should be based on sex exclusively, that you're born as, that this handsome middle-aged man right here belongs in the women's restroom. Because that wouldn't be fucking insane to have him in the women's restroom at all.
Jobs and sports. Now, let's consider the things they say and do. Firstly, grooming and indoctrination. When I say
Yes, grooming. Grooming and indoctrination.
Grooming, I'm not necessarily talking about grooming for the purpose of sexual exploitation and abuse, though I'm not ruling it out.
Of course, not ruling it out. I'm also not going to rule out the fact that this person is a groomer. You know, she does look like a pedophile. If I'm going to be, yeah, she just exudes pedophile energy. You know, I'm not saying she is. You know, she may or may not be grooming. Maybe I think she's a groomer, but not like to sexually exploit children, though I'm not ruling it out. I mean, she definitely gives off that vibe of somebody that would definitely groom a child.
Grooming means persuading someone vulnerable to trust you and preparing them for an activity by putting ideas into their head. So
wouldn't every single adult that interacts with a child be grooming? Wouldn't every parent in the world be grooming by that standard? Like if you put certain ideas in your child's head, like for instance, you teach your child that it's good to be nice to people. You are instilling an idea in their head. Is that grooming? Are you grooming your child by telling them that you should be nice to people because they're vulnerable and trust you? No, that would be fucking insane. Only an insane person would say that. Any reasonable person would come to the conclusion that, no, that's fucking insane. That's actually not what grooming is. So this is a terrible definition.
Not quite the same as indoctrination, which means getting people to accept ideas uncritically and without question.
Oh, you mean like what TERFs do? The uncritical idea of just presupposing that trans women are men without actually thinking about what gender is or why it is obligatory for gender to be solely contingent upon sex, etc. You don't think about these things critically. You say you do, but the more you say that you think critically, that doesn't translate to you actually thinking more critically.
Real cults use very crude brainwashing techniques. I think what happens in the gender cult to teenagers and young adults is less crude, more insidious, in some cases even inadvertent, but the results are not that different.
Okay, and what are the results that you deem to be harmful?
I would argue that every celebrity who virtue signals with their public pronouncements of support are participating in grooming behaviour, just as they used to say that every smoker is a recruiter of smokers. When I was a kid, all the coolest celebrities seemed to be smoking a cigarette whenever they were photographed, whenever I saw them being...
And guess what you would not call them? You wouldn't call them groomers. If you see somebody smoking in public and they're celebrity, you wouldn't say that they're grooming children. You fucking idiot. That would be the most deranged position imaginable.
Interviewed on TV. They made it look glamorous. So now we've got the likes of Emily Watson and Daniel Radcliffe and loads of others making acceptance of a deeply regressive ideology.
Regressive ideology according to what standard? Is it regressive because you say so?
Look cool.
When I was a kid, 40 years ago, literally. Oh yeah, back in my day when I was a child, parentheses, in the year 1932, IDK, what the average trans woman looks like. Does the average trans woman pass? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm only like 8.5 months on HRT. Or no, almost 9 months on HRT now. And, but that's still less than a year, and I don't know. Do I pass? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm clockable still. I don't think I pass yet. It's okay, though. I'll get there. Femyoz went from femboy to trans. I know Femyoz is not, though. Is not what? You are cute. Why, thank you. That's not a fair comparison. You already looked like a girl before. Really? Did I really? Look, I don't know what the average trans woman looks like. I don't think there's like a, but like that would be like asking, what does the average woman look like? There's no such thing as being the average woman. That doesn't exist. You are 100% a bottom. Nuh-uh.
This is not like sing if you're glad to be gay. It isn't. It's like saying, if you feel there's something wrong with you, you're probably right, and you can do something very drastic to your body to change it, and it might...
Okay, but if the thing wrong with you is gender dysphoria, and literally the only way to get rid of it or to mitigate it is through transitioning medically, then yeah, the most logical thing you can do is transition medically in that case, right? There's a reason that all of the statistics and medical research backs this up, because it seems to be the case that when people have their bodily autonomy maximized, that this maximizes their happiness. When people that have gender dysphoria are able to do things medically that allow them to mitigate their gender dysphoria, as well as being able to socially transition, which also mitigates their dysphoria, that they're able to live happier lives. Like, this is just what is borne out in the research. So unless you want to disagree with all of the scientists and medical institutions, I mean, that is the ultimate conclusion that you would come to.
It make you feel better, though you can't know beforehand if it will or not. Celebrities and indeed politicians are not doing this with young people's best interest at heart. They are doing... Okay,
so what this is an argument about intention. We don't know what people's intentions are if they're a politician or a celebrity. But what we can measure is the impacts of certain things. So if it seems to be the case that all of the statistics and scientific research says this has a positive impact, whether or not some politician that implements these policies has good or bad intentions is irrelevant. What matters is whether or not they produce good outcomes. And if they're allowing trans people to transition and not, trying to revoke my access to necessary medical care, then obviously it is preferable that that's the case, regardless of whatever their intentions are. Proving intent is nearly impossible in many instances. You can only make inferences and assumptions in that case.
Doing it for their own best interests as they perceive them. But the worst groomers are trans-identifying.
Shit. Welcome to the sisterhood.
Welcome to the sisterhood, says a man calling himself Summer to another man. This
No, she would be a woman, because that's what she identifies as. So that would serve the most social utility, right? There is literally no logical reason or argument you can make in terms of it being obligatory for somebody's gender identity to be based solely on their biological sex. Again, you can't make a utilitarian argument for a TERF position.
This is one of the most insulting notions I've seen to come out of this cult.
Okay, well, that's a feelings-based argument, and facts don't care about your feelings, unfortunately. So just because you personally feel insulted based on some irrational hatred you have for trans people, that's irrelevant. I don't care what you feel. And in fact, I'm glad that you feel insulted every time I call myself a woman. I hope that you get angry, that you start seething and coping every time I say that, because it's funny.
I copped a lot of flack for calling Summer Look a groomer, and still to this day I'm getting...
Maybe it's because when you falsely accuse somebody of being a groomer with no evidence, that people will give you flack for levying false accusations against innocent trans people. Do you think that might have something to do with it?
Getting frequent comments saying all he's doing is spreading positivity, making people feel comfortable in whatever gender they want, just sharing her life and stories with everyone.
Yeah, so that's not grounds for calling somebody a groomer. So that would be the argument, yeah.
Oh, heartwarming. Comments like these show just how successful this indoctrination is.
Is it indoctrination because you say so? And based on what standard is it indoctrination? And would that not apply to whatever ideology you're promoting? Because this could go either one of two ways. Either A, she lies about the way the ideology is promoted or instilled, or B, she isn't actually able to refer to anything that is categorically different from promoting any ideology, including TERF ideology.
Talking about genders as if they are lifestyles, and about womanhood as if it is some state that you can achieve even if you're a man, like Summer Look. And people are going, oh, so positive, so heartwarming. No. What would be positive is telling people that they are all good just as they are. And if they want to be gender non-conforming in how they express themselves, how they dress, what...
Okay, wouldn't a form of gender nonconformity be not conforming to sex-based gender? Isn't that like the whole point? I mean, if you are in favor of allowing people to not conform to these essentialist categories, then you should be in favor of trans people existing, right? So for instance, take pronouns, for instance. When a trans woman refers to herself using she, her pronouns, she's not referring to a biological reality. She's referring to a social one. She is simply not conforming to the pronouns that are socially assigned to the biological sex. All woman refers to, at least in terms of what I refer to when I call myself a woman, is the feminine archetype in society that is associated with females. But being a female is not obligatory in order to be a woman. That is not the ultimate prerequisite.
What name they adopt for themselves, if they want to challenge stereotypical expectations of their sex, that's fine. It's probably just a phase anyway, but even if it isn't, it's absolutely fine. Summer Look has now disappeared from public life, and I'm not sorry, because telling kids of one sex that they can be the other sex on the basis of how they feel...
So this is right off the bat a conflation of sex and gender? So if you believe that sex and gender are the same thing, then you would have to either A, bite the bullet and say that intersex people are non-binary, which is an insane thing to say, that no reasonable person would conclude that it is necessarily the case that every intersex person is non-binary by definition. Or B, you have to deny the existence of intersex people, which is just an empirically incorrect and provably false statement. So either way, you look fucking insane.
Is a lie. It's wrong. And don't bother justifying it by claiming that sex and gender are different when you can't even define gender in any...
I've already done this, right? Gender just refers to the social archetype that is derivative of sex, right? That's literally what gender is. A woman is simply the feminine archetype in society that is associated with females. And same thing with men. It is the masculine archetype associated with males. That's literally all there is to it.
Any meaningful way. Munro Bergdorf came under fire a few years ago for encouraging kids to contact him directly for support.
Okay. I mean, if you give people emotional support by responding to messages, why do I give a shit? I'm so confused.
Someone to talk to like a big sister. You deserve to be happy. This is grooming behavior.
It's grooming to give people emotional support, apparently.
People seem to have no sense of what is inappropriate behavior towards kids and what child safeguarding is all about. The worst culprit is Jeffrey Marsh.
I want to talk to the kid.
Okay, yeah, I think Jeffrey Marsh is a fucking weirdo.
Parents watch the video and then hand the phone over to the young kids. Hi there.
Who's made
That is kind of a bad look. Yeah, but in of itself, it's kind of a nothing burger, if I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not saying it's good or something you ought to do, but in of itself, it doesn't really mean that much. I would have to know the context.
Any really
of who that person is and how they engage with people, right?
Creepy videos.
I have heard about Jeffrey Marsh before, though, and they are quite creepy, I will say.
Encouraging of young people to turn away from those who
They always pull out Jeffrey Marsh, they are creepy AF. Yeah, notice how they always use Jeffrey Marsh as an example instead of people that look like me? Because if they used trans women that look like me, there wouldn't be an argument because I don't look very threatening. It's like, oh, yeah, let me use the most weird, creepy, anecdotal evidence imaginable instead of something that would be more representative of what trans women are actually like. Of course, not saying I am the sole representative of trans women, but there's a reason that they don't use me as an example of a big scary trans woman, because unfortunately for their argument, it doesn't help them when they see someone like me who isn't very intimidating or physically threatening, right? I'm 5'6", I guess the argument they would make is that I'm the grooming victim. I was groomed into being trans. That's what they always say about me. And instead of saying that I'm the groomer, they say that I'm the groomee. I'm the victim. They infantilize me because they know that, oh, okay, if we try to make this person appear scary, it doesn't fucking work because they don't look very scary. So they do the opposite. Because I look a little bit young. I'm 19, so I'm still technically a teenager. That's what they always do, is they infantilize me, even though I'm smarter than them.
Most cases, and for all their faults, do love them and truly believe they have their best interests at heart. Note that I am being tentative in my language here because I do know there are exceptions and some families are terrible, and I can well imagine them driving their children into the gender cult or any other cult to escape them. But encouraging young people to turn away from any kind of family, good or bad, and find replacement relationships and families in people who don't really love them or care about them at all.
Okay, but you don't know that necessarily. I mean, in the case of Jeffrey Marsh, I would agree with you. But like broadly speaking, right? Like it could be the case that somebody's family is like really transphobic or homophobic, right? In which case it does make sense that you would want to offer like emotional support. Like if the other Twitter user, I don't know anything about them, they could end up being a creep. I have no fucking idea. Or they could just be, I don't know, offering some sort of like support group or some shit. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, like if you just have like whatever, like a support group, I don't see the problem with that.
Tall is typical of real.
Holy shit, you're 19. How come you know about Mumkey Jones? I've been on the internet for a long time, I guess. Why, did you think I was older? How old did you think I was? I used to look young for my age, but now that I'm starting to pass more as a woman, because masculine characteristics on women are seen as like more mature or older almost. I've had people say that I look like I'm in my mid-20s, which is really weird because everyone always used to say that I looked young for my age.
Cults, and it's one of the similarities.
IDK if this is a controversial take or not, but I support LGBT people, but I don't get why it needs to its own socially separated community. Why do we need a whole community fed off gender theory? Yeah, so the reason we have like a community is basically so that people that have like similar interests, similar I guess needs for in terms of like their material conditions, in terms of the way they're treated in society, etc. Like it does make sense that like the best thing we can do is stick together to like a certain extent. Not that we exclude allies or anything, right? So for instance, something that I've always disagreed with some people on, and this is like a fringe minority of people that are like very loud and a vocal minority. You don't really hear them as much because they kind of lost prominence, but I do believe that like trans allies are abso-fucking-lutely welcome in our community, right? Like that's the whole point of the plus is it's basically people that are LGBTQ plus and people that are supportive of that community that are welcome, right? That's like kind of the whole point. It's like a big umbrella. It's basically just when you're a part of a minority group, and this was something that used to be difficult for me to understand before I started figuring myself out and was publicly out to the world, I guess, is when you're out to the world and you interact with a random person, you don't know what their worldview is. You don't know if they accept you or not, or if, you have to worry about things like, oh God, what if I get hate crimed or taken advantage of here, right?
The gender cult has with real cults. And I want to make special mention of the effing teachers who think they are entitled to override parental responsibility.
Okay, but the parents can be wrong about something, right? So for instance, let's say hypothetically, there is an obese child that needs insulin, but their parents are Christian fundamentalists that believe that medicine is the work of Satan. So they refuse to give their child insulin. Well, then it would be the case that it would actually be more beneficial for the teacher to give the child insulin, but not tell the parents. Right? That would be like the most, that would be how you would maximize utility as the teacher. Similarly, if a transgender child has extremely transphobic parents and they come out to their teacher, then it would make sense that the teacher wouldn't tell the parents because they don't want the child to get abused. So unless you are in favor of more children getting abused because they're a part of a marginalized category of people, then you should be in favor of allowing a teenager basically to basically come out to their teacher, right? So that they don't have to keep it to themselves entirely.
Not for any legitimate reason, not because they suspect a child is being abused or.
Well, if the child has transphobic parents, then it makes sense, and it would be a reasonable assumption to assume that, yeah, the parents would be abusive if they found out. That's the fucking point of not telling the parents, actually.
Neglected or anything to do with safeguarding, but because a child has decided that he or she is transgender. Here's just one example, which even goes against the directions of their own boss, the head teacher. And we recently had this nutty woman teacher. It was widely misreported, I should say.
Yeah. Let me pull up this one article where there was somebody that may or may not have identified as a cat, because that's definitely something that happened.
As there being a child who was allowed to identify as a cat at school. I understand that was fake news, when the story should have been about the ridiculous misinformation the teacher is putting out and the manner in which he spoke to a couple of 13-year-old girls. One of them recorded about 3 or 4 minutes of the conversation, and I have heavily edited it to just highlight the worst of what the teacher says.
So basically, she most likely took shit out of context. Let's hear what the teacher has to say.
Where did you get this idea from? There's only 2 genders.
I think it's my opinion.
It is not an opinion. Gender is not linked to the parts that you were born with.
This is objectively true, by the way.
Gender is about how you identify.
Okay, so what's the problem with this? Like, yeah, the teacher is objectively correct here.
I don't agree with that. So why should I have to listen to
biological sex, there is actually 3 biological sexes, because you can be born in...
No, it wouldn't be categorized into 3. Like, that would be objectively correct. Like, if we're talking about biological sex, it's like a bimodal distribution, so it'd be like a spectrum, right? So it wouldn't be 3, it would be like an entire spectrum, with like 2 primary categories that we use, generally. Right? Maybe you could argue that there are like 3 primary categories, 2 being more predominant than the 3rd, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like this framing.
Intersex, you can be born with male and female body parts or hormones.
Yeah, but sex is not just one characteristic. It's not just your primary sex characteristic, right? So you wouldn't say that there's 3 sexes. You would say that it's a bimodal distribution. And therefore, it's impossible to have the worldview that sex and gender are the same and that there are only 2 genders, unless you want to deny the scientific consensus, right? That'd be the better argument.
In terms of gender, there are lots of genders.
Hermaphrodites don't exist. No, they do. But I'm saying that you wouldn't categorize it as 3 you wouldn't categorize it as 3 sexes because the genitalia alone is not the only sex characteristic that exists, right? So it's going to be like a distribution of different sex characteristics, right?
You were talking about the fact that cisgender is the norm, that you identify with the gender, with the sexual order that you're born with, or you're weird. That's basically what you're saying, which is really despicable. And why do you think we have so many problems in the world with homophobia?
well, it would be transphobia in this case, right? Like, I don't think that these are like the best arguments from the teacher. I think that it would be more beneficial if the teacher were to make arguments more akin to the things that I say, frame it the way that I do, come across as less preachy maybe. But again, the teacher is not a debate bro, so what can you expect?
I'm fine with lesbians and gay people. I've got nothing against them.
There is a link between it, and you're saying that people can't change
No, they
who they want to
can't.
be.
They can't.
So this is not the best argument from the teacher. Like the teacher is correct here, but you don't want to talk about sexuality, like homosexuality and lesbian and gay people in this instance. Like these are defined completely differently in some instances, right? Like gender is about how you identify, right? Saying it's not an opinion is a correct statement, right? But you wanna make it clear as to why your debate opponent's opinion is logically impossible in this instance, right? You don't want to just say that it's like not an opinion, right? You want to take them down a dialogue tree, right? Like especially if you're a teacher, right? You want to ask them the students questions and have them answer it, right? You want it to be engaging like that rather than having it be like a closed discourse, right? So if I was the teacher in this case, I would ask the student, okay, do you believe that sex and gender are the same thing, right? They would say yes. Do you believe that there are only two genders? And then they would say yes. And then I would ask them, okay, so then what gender are intersex people, right? They wouldn't be able to fucking answer it. So you would want to get them to question their own worldview, right? That's what you ought to do as a teacher, right? Rather than just saying this is how it is, and you must, taking this very authoritative stance, I guess, saying this is how it is, but, and you must agree with me type of thing, right? That's not a good way of framing it, because then they're just going to go home and think, wow, what a bitch, right? Like that's what they're going to think, rather than actually questioning their own worldview, right? So I guess the main thing I would criticize this teacher for is having a poor rhetorical approach, right?
Because you've got those genes.
How you identify.
Yeah,
It's not an opinion that we express in this school.
It is.
No, it's not. And if you don't like it, you need to go to a different school.
Right, saying you need to go to a different school is not the best way to convince somebody, right? So like if somebody is wrong about something, and again, I don't know the full context of this conversation. It is edited, so it could be the case that maybe this was already gone through, and this is just out of context, right? But given the information we have, like I do think that a better rhetorical approach, rather than saying I'm reporting to you, Miss Willis, you need to have a proper educational discussion, I'm assuming, or some shit like that. I would go through the dialogue tree.
So I'm reporting you to Miss Willis. You need to have a proper educational conversation about equality, diversity, and inclusion, because I'm not having that expressed in my lesson.
See, again, bad rhetorical approach from the teacher, right? Like this isn't how you argue for your positions. This isn't how you change their mind, right? Like they're not going to hear that and be like, oh, the teacher says I'm not allowed to think this. I guess they must be right about this, right? Like that's not the approach you want to take, right? It'll just create like almost like a sense of resentment.
How is it even possible for a teacher to be teaching that there are three sexes and lots of genders and you can change who you are?
Well, yeah, you would want to teach them that sex is a bimodal distribution and that it's logically impossible to believe in only two genders, and while also believing that sex and gender are the same, right? That's the approach you'd want to take.
I do want to keep off gender ideology itself in this video as far as I can, and focus on the slavish adherence to it as exemplified by this woman. The way she was rebuking the girls in such a nasty and intolerant manner.
Okay, but this has nothing to do with the ideology, right? Like, if you rewind this VOD back like, I don't know, like a minute or two, when I started reacting to that clip, I was analyzing and heavily critiquing the poor rhetorical approach, right? Like, but that's a matter of having a shitty rhetorical approach. That's not going to convince anybody. That's not that's not in relation to the ideological position itself, right? Like you can have like a correct ideological position, but do a shitty job arguing for it, like this teacher did, right? Like that's not logically impossible. Like this doesn't disprove the ideology. This doesn't make it a cult, right?
Calling their opinions, which were based on truth, despicable, and saying they should find another school and that she wouldn't have them expressing a contrary view to her own sacred nonsense in her.
Okay, so again, this would just be a critique of the rhetorical approach being ineffective. This has nothing to do with the actual ideological position, because you can't actually argue against the ideological position itself, because it's correct. All you can do is point to examples of people doing a shitty job rhetorically and saying, wow, this person has done a really shitty job here arguing for this position, so it must be wrong because this is very cult-like, right? Rather than actually engaging with the position itself, right?
Lesson.
Now, in all fairness, from what I understand, and I could be wrong on this, right? I don't have the full context. I don't know. It could be the case that maybe, there was there's missing context in which the student was saying that they hated trans people and that they're all disgusting, degenerate freaks or some shit. And then that was why the teacher got upset, right? But giving this, the old flabby fuck the benefit of the doubt here, I'll assume that that's not the case, right? In which case it's like, yeah, okay, shitty rhetorical approach. What is your point?
That is not education. No, it isn't. That is a cult. Now, I know I've talked about Benji before. She's one of the young women who appears in Abigail Shrier's book, who was under immense academic pressure at home from her demanding parents who had an unhappy marriage and seemed to take it out on their daughters. She was persuaded by the video accounts made by trans-identifying influencers that she was trans herself.
You want to know what's crazy? The only thing they can point to are anecdotal evidence. That's all they can point to. Now, the reason that they always go for anecdotal evidence is because they don't actually have any statistics or data to back up any of their arguments, right? But you can find anecdotal evidence of anything, right? Like if you take like the bathroom discourse, for instance, when it comes to trans women in bathrooms, right? You can find an example of, oh, here's like a trans woman being creepy or whatever the fuck, right? But you can do this for a cis woman as well, or like a gay man or a straight man in a men's bathroom, right? Like this is tantamount to the kind of argument you would make against gay men back in the day, where it would be something along the lines of, here is an example of a creepy gay man preying upon little boys in the men's bathroom. And that's why homosexuality is bad, right? You can point to specific anecdotes, but if you actually look at actual data, you come to the realization that, oh, this isn't actually like an accurate reflection of how gay men are broadly. This is just one specific example of a gay man being predatory. But that doesn't mean that gay men are all predatory or that they're even more statistically likely to be predatory, right? If there were statistics to back this up, you would see it all over the fucking place. Every single TERF would be pointing out, oh, hey, look, here's like a peer-reviewed study that demonstrates the fact that trans women sexually assault women at much higher rates than cis women do. But they can't do that because that would be empirically incorrect. So instead, they point to anecdotal experiences of, oh, okay, here's like a specific example of one trans woman, or sorry, a trans-identifying male being a fucking weirdo. It's like, okay, yeah, you can find a specific example of a cis woman being a weirdo as well. That doesn't mean that you should ban all cis women from women's spaces. That would be a fucking insane position.
And she set up her first Tumblr account and quietly announced herself as trans to viewers. She wasn't sure anyone would take notice. To her surprise, she received an overwhelming love bombing from strangers. Those are her words. And they were telling her how brave she was and asking how they could help her. She said,
okay, nobody cares.
There's just so much positive reinforcement that there's just no room at all for any criticism or any thought that something bad could be happening.
Yeah, this is literally just somebody saying words. This means fucking nothing. This is worthless.
Yes. Love bombing is a particularly strong feature of...
Guys, there was this one random person in a book that said that there was love bombing, so it's actually the case that transgenderism is basically a cult. This is her level of argumentation. This is what I mean when I say that these people are fucking so brain dead. They're so far down the intellectual ladder that they're basically subhuman.
Deliberate cults and the gender cult. I've shown examples of this in previous videos. Here's a bit of a recent video I made.
I'm a guy.
Okay, based. Yep. He's a dude. Good for him. He just came out.
And I'm gonna go by Theo.
W Theo. Hope my boy Theo is doing well. I hope he's living his best life as a dude. Shout out to Theo.
I called my mom today, and I was afraid I was gonna get thrown out of the house. We love you, Theo.
W Theo. Honestly, massive W for Theo. Very, very proud of my man Theo for coming out. Massive W for the dude. Hope he's living his best life.
It just beggars belief, but you can imagine how Theo must feel getting all that love and admiration and validation, especially if she's actually a lesbian at a time.
No, he's a dude. He's just a trans dude. Not to mention the fact that there's going to be way more negative societal ramifications than positive ones, okay? As somebody that's come out as trans, yeah, that shit's fucking terrifying. You don't really get that much positive reinforcement compared to the negative reinforcement that you get. Like, the amount of nasty shit people have said about me for being trans is, like, absurd. People say all sorts of nasty shit. Now, granted, there are people that do the opposite and that are very nice to me and that are supportive, and that's good. But that's not why I'm trans. I don't even consider myself somebody that's chosen to be trans. I've only chosen to come out as trans. That's the main choice that I have. And that was a very scary thing to do. If I didn't have to be trans, I wouldn't be. I'd rather just be a cis woman. Frankly, it'd be a lot easier.
Time when lesbianism is apparently considered uncool by many young people unless it's straight men LARPing as women.
Your family accepted you. Congrats. W for the family too. Hell yeah. And my family accepts me. W family. But I didn't know that beforehand. I had no idea how they were going to respond or if they were going to be okay with it, right? Like, there is a genuine risk when it comes to coming out as trans. That's why we support each other, is because it's difficult. That's the whole point.
Especially if she suffers from anxiety, depression, is on the autism spectrum, or suffers any kind of disadvantage that...
Oh, shut the fuck up. Don't even bring autism into the equation, you dumb, disgusting, double-chinned, flabby fuck piece of shit. All right? As somebody that has the big autism, as I like to call it, I'd rather you not infantilize me when you are dumber than me. Have you ever noticed that it's always people that are extremely unintelligent and low IQ that infantilize autistic people broadly? Or is that just like a me thing that I've noticed? Because people that infantilize me are just inferior to me in every possible way. Like, this bitch right here infantilizes autistic people. I mean, she just did like 5 seconds ago in this video. Yet she's so far down below me on the intellectual ladder. It's absurd, actually, how much more intelligent I am compared to her. Not to say I'm a genius by any means. She's just so retarded that in comparison to me, she's basically not even a person, right? Like, she's subhuman. I think that TERFs broadly are generally subhuman, right?
Affects her self-esteem.
It's like comparing me to her is like comparing the average human to like a gross animal, right? To like a rodent, I guess. You know, she's like a rodent compared to me. It's like I guess she's still technically kind of sentient, sort of, maybe, but like, you know, like, she doesn't deserve the same level of moral consideration. Like, let's be real. Like, she's so far below me. She's so far below me on the intellectual ladder. Yet she infantilizes autistic people. Oh, this poor innocent lesbian with who probably has autism, just doesn't know any better. Like, shut the fuck up.
My summer look video, I also showed how all someone commenting beneath his video had to do was announce she's realised she's a guy, to have other commenters, people who know nothing about her at all, start love bombing her.
By congratulating somebody for coming out to their family that they had no idea whether or not they would be accepting, like, yeah, that does require a lot of bravery. The whole point is just to make up for the fact that society broadly treats us like shit. Society is not kind to trans people. But obviously you wouldn't know that because you're not trans and you don't give a fuck about anybody other than yourself and your own retarded ideology. That's it. That's all you care about. You don't care about other people or their experiences. Society treats trans people like shit. So obviously, yeah, we're going to be supportive of each other because it's difficult. It's not easy to come out as trans. In fact, I've come out as both bisexual and transgender. And you want to know which of the two was a lot more difficult? It was the latter, coming out as transgender. Coming out as bisexual, fucking easiest shit imaginable compared to coming out as transgender. Now, granted, it was still difficult. It was like, oh, I'm kind of scared. I don't know if my parents are going to be accepting of this. I was very reluctant, but it was a whole lot easier than me starting to cross-dress and especially coming out as trans on the internet and to my parents. It required a lot more mental preparation, to say the very least, to come out as trans. That's a lot scarier because there are more societal implications. Bisexual or even gay, it's more of like there's definitely societal ramifications, but it's like a more nebulous, sort of you can't directly see it type of thing, right? Like when somebody starts transitioning and goes on hormones, you can physically see it in terms of how you personally interact with the person. That does change. You use different pronouns, etc., right? That changes. Whereas if somebody comes out as gay, you generally use the same pronouns, you treat them the same, there's a similar dynamic. Like, you get the point.
And just look at a few of the responses to this woman's announcement. I support you. You're an amazing, handsome man. Well,
based?
That's obvious from the photo. God made you a beautiful boy, and whoever says otherwise is dumb, blah, 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 says the person who writes like an overexcited 12-year-old.
Okay, yeah, sometimes there are young people that write comments on the internet. Wow, incredible.
May God bless you, Kevin. Good job discovering how he made you. What's this? Gender ideology meets young...
I mean, in that regard, like, this isn't necessarily a wrong statement. Like, if you believe in some sort of God, right? Like, this isn't contradictory, right? So it's going to be the case that... Sorry. It's going to be the case that because it's been scientifically proven that trans people, even before they start any sort of medical intervention or hormone treatment, have brains that are far more closely aligned with the average brains of the biological sex that they would be transitioning to in the future, / the gender identity that they identify with, right? So for example, the average brain of a trans woman, even before medically transitioning, is a lot closer to the average brain of a biological female cis woman, right? So yes, this would be the way that you would be made, right? Now I don't entirely like using this framing in my arguments, simply because you start getting into like transmedicalist territory / biological essentialism, and I'm not in favor of biological essentialism, but like you can make that argument, and that is not necessarily like a contradictory thing. I just don't think that biological essentialism or even physiological essentialism is necessarily the most useful way of defining people or categorizing them.
Earth creationism. I wish you luck on your journey, and of course, I'll pray for you. Well, that's jolly nice of you. Good luck on your journey, dude. I hope you find your happiness being your authentic self. We're so proud of...
Apparently, this is supposed to make me angry reading these. These are supposed to... These are so bad. I'm supposed to be siding with against them. These messages. Oh God, the horror. I can't believe that they would dare tell somebody that they're proud of them for coming out. Would you say the same thing about like a gay person? Like if somebody comes out as gay, would you be like, and people were like supportive, like, oh, I'm so proud of you for coming out to like your family, you know, especially because they were like somewhat religious, but you weren't sure if they would accept you. And I'm so happy that they accept you and that they didn't kick you out. Like, would you make the same argument? Like, they're basically forcing people to become gay.
Of you, we support you with our full heart.
It's basically love bombing. It's like a form of abuse.
Sending you strength, my dude. It's not easy to be trans right now.
This is something I'm supposed to be getting angry over, by the way. We're supposed to be mad at the messages she's reading, just to make it clear.
Not easy. It's never been easier. That's why you're all doing it. My God.
It's never been easier. That is technically true. It used to be even worse for us. With that being said, it's definitely still not easy. The genocidal rhetoric that's been used against us by conservative pundits and politicians, that the legislation being enacted to limit our access to necessary medical care in many states, cough cough Florida, for example. It's not as great or easy or as hunky dory, sunshine and rainbows as you're painting it out, making it out to be, right? Like you're lying if you claim it's actually like so easy to transit. It's actually easier to transition than to not transition. That's why everyone's doing it. It couldn't possibly be the case that this amount of this percentage of the population, if not more, was like always trans, and that more people are just comfortable coming out now because it's more societally accepted. And I say that loosely because more societally accepted is a very low bar, because more societally accepted than what? Well, than it was before, right? It's literally just the left-handedness effect. And what I mean by that is it used to be seen as like a Satanist thing to be left-handed, so everyone was forced to be right-handed. Even if they were left-handed, they had to learn how to write with their right hands. And then as soon as people were allowed to be left-handed, left-handedness skyrocketed. But it wasn't because more people were left-handed. The same amount of people were left-handed. It just so happens to be the case that more people were openly left-handed, and that's key. Support is evil. This is true.
God, what are you talking about? But it's better than pretending to be ordinary and not self-obsessed and attention-seeking. So happy for you. And so it went on and on and on.
I'm so angry at these people for being supportive for a trans person. This is so infuriating. I am absolutely fuming. Woke ideology has gone too far. Transgenderism is ruining society. The West has fallen, everybody. We need to return to tradition. Oh no.
Is what love bombing looks like in the internet age.
Guys, being supportive is love bombing, apparently. If you say anything nice on the internet, you're love bombing, and therefore you're emotionally abusive.
It's so bizarre. Nobody, not a single one of them, questioned her, said, well, that's a strange thing to think. What is it that makes you think so? It was all, oh, that's...
You don't think that the dude asked himself those questions? You don't think us trans people ever ask ourselves why we are the way we are? It would be fucking redundant for other people to ask that. I've already asked myself that, and I've answered the questions to an extent. And I don't know everything about myself. I don't know entirely what causes my brain structure and my mental state to be exactly the way it is. It's a combination of nature and nurture, but I can make certain guesses. I'm guessing it has something to do with hormone washing that occurs within the womb. I mean, it's scientifically proven that that's one of the main factors that determines whether or not somebody is gay or trans. I mean, hell, that's literally just the scientific consensus, right? In terms of the way my brain is structured and the way it has developed, right?
So cool, we love you, and even this is God's plan. The opposite of...
I mean, I'm an atheist, so I'm not saying it's God's plan.
Love bombing. I'm not sure if it's called hate bombing, but...
Yeah, guys, you should be hate bombing people because otherwise you're love bombing them by being supportive. So you should actually be as negative and cruel as possible, because then you're hate bombing, which is actually the opposite of love bombing. And love bombing is like the manipulative abuse tactic, so that actually makes hate bombing good. You sound like a fucking deranged person. Like, what is this line of reasoning? You sound fucking delusional.
that fits well enough, is also a huge part of being in a cult, and the gender cult is no exception. In the recent video I did on detransition and regret, which is where the clip of Theo I just showed comes from, by the way, I gave some examples of how
they empathize with each other. It's Jover. Yeah, make sure to never have empathy for anybody. If you dare show support for somebody, if they come out to their family as gay or trans, you're basically a fucking abuser. Okay, you're indoctrinating them into woke ideology. You're indoctrinating them into a cult. That's what you're doing, apparently. She wants them to be ignored and shunned because she is in the cult. Yeah, literally. She is just against human happiness. She is pro misery. She's pro abuse. She's pro making people as miserable as possible. She's against human happiness. She's anti-empathy. She's anti-compassion. She's anti-freedom, etc.
nastily they treat detransitioners and desisters. Here's another one. There's this.
No, I support detransitioners as well because they have a right to detransition. What I don't support is the few vocal minority of detransitioners that weaponize their status as detransitioners as a means of trying to prevent people like me who aren't detransitioners from having access to necessary medical care. So when people shit on Ollie London, for example, they're not making a statement against all detransitioners. They're simply saying that they have a problem with detransitioners who use their detransitioning status as a means of oppressing trans people, as a means of spreading anti-trans propaganda. That's all we have an issue with. We don't have a problem with detransitioning. In fact, having a problem with detransitioning would go against the fundamental ideology that we believe in, right? The ideology we believe in is that people ought to be able to decide what they identify as and have bodily autonomy. That's our ideology. And if that means detransitioning, then more power to you. You are allowed to detransition. Nobody is saying that you can't detransition or that that's somehow a bad thing, right? People can detransition if they want. Nobody is saying the contrary.
Little lass who was at Kelly J's Let Women Speak event in Glasgow.
So I was in the trans community from the ages of 12 to 19. I have since detransitioned, and everyone I had ever been friends with, I had ever known, and I had ever thought loved me has left me.
Okay, did they leave you because you detransitioned, or did they leave you because you became a grifter that argues against their right to exist? I'm guessing it's definitely one of the two. And I think it's kind of obvious as to which one it would be. But, I'm not going to say anything. I don't know enough about this person, but, yeah, I don't know. But you have to keep in mind that gender-affirming care benefits detransitioners as well. You know that, right? Like, if somebody wants to detransition, they go through hormone replacement therapy and transitioning medically in the opposite direction. That's what detransitioners do. So, if you were to take away access to this necessary medical care, do you think this would benefit detransitioners? Really?
If you look over there, you'll see everyone, they look so confused and so indoctrinated, and truly they are. They have no idea, but the second that they question that, they'll be thrown away like rubbish. They are nothing. You can throw them away just as easily as you got them. Those people that are willing to let them cut themselves up to feel whole again, they don't love them.
Okay, why did they cut you off though? Was it because you detransitioned? Because I don't know very many trans people who would cut somebody off for detransitioning. I think maybe there's like a vast minority of people that would do that, but that doesn't sound like the majority of trans people who are very accepting, regardless of what you identify as, right? So if somebody detransitions, okay, cool. Good for them. They can do that. What people have an issue with is when they use their detransitioner status as a bludgeon against their right to exist. Then they have a legitimate reason to say, okay, you're a piece of shit. I'm not going to be friends with you anymore. I'm not going to associate with you because you are using your status as a weapon against me and my right to exist and my right to have necessary medical care.
They never will.
Normal people don't abandon friends because they've changed their mind about how they want to live their own lives.
I find it hard to believe that all of her friends left her because she started detransitioning. I just find that hard to believe. It's very implausible. It's more likely than not that she became a fucking conservative grifter who started advocating against transgender rights, and that then, yeah, obviously if you advocate against trans rights, all of your trans friends are inevitably gonna stop being friends with you. Like, no fucking shit, Sherlock. Like, yeah, obviously.
As long as they're not choosing to do anything weird or harmful. Only a cult sees someone deciding they're not trans after all as harmful, and they do see it as harmful because it...
Is that what happened, though? And even if it did, okay, cool. There was 3 really shitty friends. Let's say that this isn't a dishonest framing, and that they genuinely left her on the sole basis of her detransitioning, and that was the sole factor that caused them to abandon her as a friend. Okay, yeah, wow, you found 3 bad trans people in the world out of the millions. Congratulations. This doesn't mean shit.
Undermines what they claim is true, what they want.
Who is there? Let's let's presuppose that this isn't a dishonest framing and that these trans people abandoned their friend when they started detransitioning on the basis of them detransitioning. If that's the case, that doesn't invalidate my position because I didn't do that. I've never abandoned a friend for detransitioning. And I would argue that most trans people would be in the same boat as me. So even if it's the case that there are a few trans people that would do this, I would be willing to assume that that's the vast minority of trans people.
People to believe, which is that some people are trans, just as some people are gay, it's innate, and people know who they are from...
Some people do. It took me a while to figure it out. In fact, I went out of my way to not be trans. I tried doing all sorts of mental gymnastics to convince myself that I am not trans. I'm not trans, I swear. Because I genuinely did not want to be trans. I just am trans. That's just the way it is. I didn't choose this. Now, some people have more of a say. Some people are more fluid in their identities. Granted, I'm somewhat fluid in my identity, but not entirely. Not as much as I used to think either, actually. For a while, I thought I was non-binary. And I'm like, I'm definitely not a woman, though. Definitely not a woman. But as soon as I started thinking about, oh God, what if my face structure keeps changing and becoming more masculine and I start growing more and more facial hair? And I was imagining that, and that was terrifying. There was this awful, agonizing feeling of dread whenever I would think about that. It felt terrible thinking about that. And I realized I can't ignore this any longer, so I started medically transitioning, right? That was obviously, in retrospect, gender dysphoria, right? In terms of me identifying as a woman, non-binary, trans femme, but colloquially, in society, I function more as a woman, so I just say that. It's easier, right? It's just better. I just prefer it. I don't know what else to tell you. It just makes me happier. It just feels right. It doesn't feel, I don't know, dysphoric. And I have a right to live my life this way, to use she, her pronouns. I have that right. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Even the earliest age. And it's not just detransitioners, of course, it's those people who still call themselves trans, but who don't go along with the worst of the ideology and are therefore called quislings. Not just traitors, but
quislings, as in the
I've literally never heard this before. I've heard like True Scum and like Transmed, but that's usually like more in relation to like anti-non-binary stuff in the trans community and shit like that, or like I guess gender essentialist arguments that are like supposedly pro-trans and whatnot versus non-essentialist arguments.
Norwegian guy, the Nazi collaborator whose name gave rise to the term.
I've literally never heard this term, by the way.
Tends to be the same names that keep coming up. Caitlyn Jenner.
Quisling means traitor. I've literally never heard this before.
Blair White and Buck Angel.
So people that advocate against our rights and vote for politicians that want to reduce the access to necessary medical care for trans people, yeah, I can say with some level of certainty that yeah, people like this who are either deranged like Buck Angel or proven liars and grifters like Blair White obviously do a harm to the trans community. Like, no fucking shit, dude.
This guy thinks that the American conservative commentator Michael Knowles and his fellow Nazis are going to murder them.
I mean, yeah, Michael Knowles literally said that he wants to completely eradicate transgenderism from public life. What do you think that means? What do you think it means when somebody says that they want to eradicate an entire category of people from public life? If somebody were to say that they wanted to eradicate all Jewish people, if they wanted to eradicate, Judaism or Jewish people from public life, what do you think that would be in reference to? Do you think that they would be, they just mean that they just don't like the ideology. They just don't like Jewish ideology. They just don't like the religion. No, of course not. You would know that that's not what they actually are referring to. Right? You would be insane to say the contrary.
Presumably because Knowles said he wants to see transgenderism eradicated from...
Okay, so you're not unaware of that. So, again, why would this be any different from someone saying that, they want to see Judaism eradicated from public life? What do you think they would be referencing? If they were talking about why Judaism should be eradicated because the global elites have taken control of all of the banks and yeah, okay. You can pretend like that's not Nazi shit, but I'm sorry, my friend, but it literally is.
Public life. I think it was a daft thing to say.
No, it wasn't a daft thing to say. It wasn't a mistake. That's just what he believes. That was his mask slipping. That's just him wanting a trans genocide to be committed. That's literally all there is to it.
Handed the cult a stick to beat him with, more fooled him.
No, it's literally just genocidal rhetoric. Like, nobody would say that they want to see Judaism eradicated and spread anti-Semitic genocidal rhetoric by accident. This doesn't fucking happen. Nobody wakes up in the morning, goes on stage, and accidentally spreads genocidal rhetoric. Nobody does this.
As well as those, there's Debbie Hayton and Rose of Dawn, who are transphobic quislings. How can you be transphobic when you call yourself a trans person? Well,
because whether or not you have a negative set of opinions is not contingent upon what you identify as, right? By this line of logic, you could argue that it's impossible for black people to be racist. But we know this is objectively false because of, for instance, the Rwandan genocide was literally black people being racist against other black people. That's literally what that was. Similarly, trans people can be transphobic to other trans people. What is the symmetry breaker here? I'd like to know. Oh, wait, there really isn't one, because there is no symmetry breaker. You can be trans and still be transphobic by advocating against your own self-best interests too, by the way. Or advocating for trans people broadly to have less rights, or advocating against different types of trans people, like non-binary people. You don't have to be cisgender to be transphobic, the same way that you don't have to be white to be racist. And I think she would agree that, yeah, anybody can be racist. I would at least hope that she's not so deranged that she thinks that it's impossible for black people to be racist against other black people, since there's literally counter evidence to that.
What this tells us is just how the word transphobia means disagreement with the ideology.
Why are so many TERFs British? I don't know, but her teeth are a little bit fucked. They're when I was taking screenshots for the thumbnail, her bottom teeth, man. Sometimes she would have her mouth open in a really weird position. And it's like, god damn, her bottom teeth are so fucking crooked. Like, look, braces are not fun, but I sure as shit am glad that I fucking had to go through that. Okay, as painful as it was, you see this? These are straight teeth. Okay, straight teeth on the least straight human being on the planet. Okay,
Nothing to do with an irrational fear or hatred.
it doesn't have to be an irrational fear or hatred, right? Like, so for instance, if somebody said that I don't know, black people are inferior because they have lower IQs, and also, did you know that 13% of the population commits 50% of the crimes? That doesn't necessarily indicate that they're it doesn't necessarily indicate that they're directly afraid of black people. It's like, oh, they live in like a suburban neighborhood. They have nothing to fear. You know, they're not around black people. And also, maybe they don't hate black people. They just recognize the differences between races. They would still be racist. Similarly, if somebody is, I don't know, somebody thinks, oh, well, I'm not afraid of gay people. I don't even hate them. I love everybody, but being gay is a sin, and you're going to hell for eternity for having gay sex. This is literally the same fucking argument that she's making now. Except replace the variable homophobia with transphobia or racism with transphobia. Boom, same fucking argument.
Which is what a phobia actually is.
So, do you believe that homophobia is strictly contingent upon whether or not the homophobic person in question is afraid of gay people? Because if that's the case, if somebody is just hateful and bigoted towards bigoted and hateful towards gay people, or thinks that they shouldn't be allowed to exist, but they're not afraid of them, would they not be homophobic in your worldview? This is obviously an impossible thing to argue, and it's not grounded in any logical consistency, obviously.
Also, Miranda Yardley, Fionn Orlando, and whomever the other Quislings du jour are. Again, Debbie Hayton and Christina Harrison, who campaign against legal reform to the Gender Recognition Act, are Quisling hams who rely on praise from extremist TERFs.
Okay. I mean, yeah, trans people can be transphobic. Like, I think it would be no different from, let's say there was, I don't know, some black people that were, during the civil rights protests, that were arguing that actually, I think we're all inferior and shouldn't have more rights. It would be fair to say that, yeah, they're racist. It doesn't matter that they're black. They're still advocating for this category of people based on their race to be treated worse. So, yeah, you would argue, yeah, you would most likely call them a race traitor. Obviously. Like, no fucking shit.
It's just so irrational. Why would they choose to do the more difficult thing if they didn't genuinely believe it, when it would have been easier just to go along with and get respect from the cult?
You could literally ask the same thing about a self-hating black person who thinks that black people are inferior and deserve less rights. You could literally make the same argument for that.
And this is one about 7 Hex. Anyone who still calls themselves a transsexual is a Quisling who sides with our oppressors for head power.
Okay, so this is obviously wrong, but again, if you're arguing with random people in random tweets, like, yeah, you're not always going to get the best arguments, right? If you argue with me, you'll definitely get better arguments. In terms of transsexual versus transgender distinction, the way I view it, or the way I utilize these terms, which is the way that serves the most utility, obviously, is it's just an extension of the categorical distinction between sex and gender, right? So if you're transsexual, you're transitioning your sex, as in like you're medically transitioning, right? You're doing things to change your sex characteristics. That's the whole point, right? Whereas transgender simply refers to identifying with a gender that you were not assigned at birth, right? So there's like it's just an extension of that categorical distinction, right? So I would refer to myself as both being transgender and transsexual to an extent, right? I've been on hormones for 9 months. That changes my sex to an extent. Now, it hasn't made me a biological female per se. It's more along the lines of a self-induced intersex condition, right? That's sort of what this boils down to.
Hats and table scraps from the high table, and their opinion on what is or isn't transphobic is to be laughed at and dismissed. What? He's guilty of some great betrayal for preferring to call himself transsexual after having had genital surgery. Why?
Well, I think you can call yourself both. I think it's fair to make that categorical distinction in some instances. So I actually do agree that, yeah, sometimes it's going to be the case that you ought to make that categorical distinction, and sometimes it's going to be the case that maybe not. It depends on the context. I would argue that there's nothing inherently wrong, though, with the term transsexual based on what it means, though. I would argue, okay, it literally just refers to like the medical process of transitioning, right? Like, you can be transsexual and not transgender even, right? So like if you're an HRT femboy, like let's say you're a femboy, or like you're gender non-conforming, assigned male at birth, you still identify as a man, but like you want to look more feminine, so you start taking HRT. Like you would be transsexual but not transgender, or vice versa. Like if you identify as a gender you weren't assigned at birth, so let's say you were born male and you identify as a woman, but you haven't started HRT, or you haven't started HRT yet, or done anything, any sort of medical intervention, you would be transgender but not transsexual. And obviously, if you do both of these things, you would be both transsexual and transgender, right? That's sort of like the way we would categorize this.
Why? That's 7hex a couple of years ago, by the way, begging for table scraps from one of his oppressors. He's the one in pink. This
okay.
is cult-like control of what people are allowed to think and say and do, and if they don't toe the line, they're quislings, and these quislings certainly don't walk in
No, it's actually quite the opposite. Like, I'm the kind of person who's like, yeah, just do whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not hurting anybody. But at the same time, I will, like, I don't know. One of the things I might want to do is make fun of and clown on people like this, right?
lockstep with each other. They have a variety of political opinions and views about transgenderism. So far as I know, the one thing they have in common is that they don't deny biology. They don't deny their actual sex. They are...
Nobody who's trans does this either? No, like, what do you think a trans woman means when she refers to herself as a woman? Is she saying that she was born biologically female? Because I have not met a single trans woman where that's the case. Now, you could say that if you have medically transitioned or begun that process, that you have changed your sex to an extent, and that would be true because sex is an accumulation of many different sex characteristics, right? So you could say that, but even if you fully transitioned medically, gotten the surgery and everything, you still wouldn't be like, if, let's say 10 years down the line, I've been on hormones for 10 years, I've gotten all the surgeries, etc., right? I still wouldn't say that I'm a biological female. I would say at that point, in terms of like my biological sex, because of all of the medical intervention, would just be like a variant of intersex at that point. It would be a combination of different sex characteristics, right? I would have a lot of secondary sex characteristics associated with the female sex, right? So this would be like boobs, fat distribution, etc., right? I would also have primary sex characteristics, or I guess genitalia, that would be more resemblant of the sex I was not born as, right? So I wouldn't necessarily be a biological female, but I wouldn't be fully a biological male either. In fact, I'm already not fully a biological male anymore. I have estrogen in my body. I have progesterone in my body. I don't have much testosterone in my body. So in that regard, because that is a component of biological sex, it is not exactly the same as it was before I started hormone treatment. Again, that's not to say I'm a biological female now, but nobody who's trans thinks that they are a different biology than what they are. It's like, and I don't know why transphobes do this. It's like, rather than actually engaging with what trans people and trans allies actually believe, and arguing against those points, they selectively remove those arguments and instead decide to argue with the voices inside of their heads, because it's a lot easier for a retard like this, who is fucking deranged, to argue with the voices inside her head than to argue with actual arguments that people like me present.
Are all open about the fact that they are male or female in Buck Angel's case, and that makes them the worst kind of cult trait.
No. No one is saying this. That's not the criticism that people have of them. That I've never used that as a point of contention. I would say that in terms of my biological sex, even though it has changed to some extent, it is still closer to the average biological male than the average biological female, right? That's a fact. But that doesn't mean that I am a man, because that's not how I define that category, right? That categorization doesn't serve utility. It's literally just biological essentialism, which doesn't serve the most utility. So why would I define people that way when it seems to be the case that it serves more utility to define people based on how they actually identify socially, right?
Because trans women are women.
Based. That is true. They are women.
No debate.
Well, it's something that can be debated. It's just the case that people that take the affirmative proposition of trans women being women are correct. So they generally win debates more often than not.
The whole no debate meme is very cultish.
Okay. I don't even disagree with the no debate meme being fucking stupid. So, I don't know what this person's name is. I guess I'll refer to her as retard. Okay. So listen up, retard. Okay. I am more than willing to debate you. Okay. More than willing. In fact, you can debate me right now if you're lurking in the shadows, watching this as I speak. I am more than willing to debate you. We can schedule a debate. You can debate me on the fly. You fucking name it. More than willing to debate you. And I'm sure Hunter Avallone would also be willing to debate you. I know for a fact that I mean, he's responded to your dog shit video on you. That's how I found out about you, actually. Was Hunter Avallone basically fucking shitting on you and making you look as retarded as you are. So now, regardless of whether or not you want to debate him or whether or not he wants to debate you, I am literally in front of you. Right in front of you, on your screen right now, offering to debate you in the free marketplace of ideas. So if you genuinely are in favor of things like debate and discussing these ideas and the free marketplace of ideas, then I'm sure, I am absolutely certain that you would be more than willing, more than happy to jump at the opportunity to debate somebody like me who has a differing opinion from you. But of course, you're probably not going to do that because you're a fucking bitch. You're going to find some sort of excuse like, oh, boo-hoo, Femyoz was too mean to me. Oh, she's gonna talk over me. Or sorry, he's going to talk over me. It's going to be bad faith. Whatever bullshit excuse. Oh, you called me mean names. In fact, I feel like I've actually been quite nice compared to what I could do, actually, but that's besides the point. I mean, oh, boo-hoo, Femyoz called me subhuman, even though it's an accurate description. There's gonna be some bullshit excuse that she comes up with in order to weasel her way out of a debate. It's not that she's not gonna see this. She has 11,000 subscribers. I have like 1.75K. So there's no reason for her to not debate me. Okay, yeah, she has like 10 times my sub count, but in terms of her view counts, it's not like she's doing like spectacularly. It's not the worst view counts, but it's not like it's not that much better than me, right? Like it's higher than what I get on average, but not by that much. Like it seems to be the case that it goes from anywhere from like 1 to 6K views on average, or I guess 1 to 5K views on average. Like the average video would get like 2.5K views. Not saying that's bad by any means, but it's just that you have no excuse to not debate me is what I'm saying. Literally no excuse. Because I know you're going to see this. Anyways.
The objective here is to achieve acceptance of an unsupportable belief by discouraging questions. That's what cults...
No, I'm actually a debate nerd, actually. The reason I love debate so much is because I'm right about everything. So it tends to be the case that when you have the correct position and you're confident about your correct position, that you're able to debate those ideas. Now, it could be the case that there's some people that don't see the value in debating, and okay, I guess that's like an L for them, but I do see the value in debating people in the free marketplace of ideas, and if it's two public figures, I don't see why not. Now, it'd be one thing if I was just some random commenter in your comments section. I mean, you wouldn't know. Maybe I'm just going on a live stream of yours to say the N-word, right? But first of all, you would be going on my live stream, maybe recording it and uploading it as a video on your channel, right? You don't really stream, so that wouldn't be an issue. And also, we're both public figures, so it's not a secret what I believe or what my rhetorical strategy would be. It's not a mystery. It's not going to be like the most average talking points you've ever heard. It's I would like to think of myself as quite decent at debate, actually. So I don't see why you wouldn't debate me unless you're too much of a scared little bitch that doesn't actually want to debate people that disagree with her. With that being said, maybe she proves me wrong. I hope she does in that regard. I just highly doubt that that'll be the case, to say the very least. Yeah, I don't know. It be like that, I guess. It be like that.
That's what the gender cult does. But why no debate? They never...
No, you can debate me, you fucking idiot. Debate me. Debate me as soon as possible, please. I probably... how many people have I debated on this specific issue? Probably like 30 publicly on my platform. You can be one of them. You can debate me. I am more than willing to debate you over trans issues. We'll figure out a specific proposition to debate over, like for instance, like are trans women delusional? That's one of my favorites, right? Or what would be another one? Like something should minors have access to gender affirming care if they're trans? That's a good one. Though I think it would be better to start out by getting you to accept adults that are trans before we get into the trans youth stuff. Simply because your entire ideological foundation would be so fucking deranged and far-fetched compared to the actual reality of the matter that it'd be a little bit more difficult. There wouldn't be as much common ground. So if I could, get you to concede your position a little bit in terms of how we define trans people and whatnot. Again, debate proposition could be something along the lines of, are trans women delusional? We could debate that whenever the fuck, as long as we're both available. I'm more than willing to do that. Hell, if you come on this stream, if somebody sends you a clip of this or whatever the fuck, and you come on a stream where I'm not really doing much, I'm not doing like a segment-oriented stream, I'm just talking about random bullshit, and you want to debate me, fucking say something in chat. you're so brain dead that I won't even have to prepare for a debate with you. Now, if you schedule a debate, obviously I'll prepare. If you want to do it on the fly, I can do that too. Hell, it's not like your talking points are spectacular or anything I haven't heard before.
Never give a reason for why somebody's claimed identity can't be questioned. What is so sacred about identity that
No one is saying it's sacred, aside from like a select few people on Twitter.
you can't question it?
A person's identity and who they are is never up for debate, like ever.
People like Jermaine Gray made good progress with.
Yeah, no, I disagree with this. I think that anything can be debated. Now, obviously, in terms of what they mean by that, like, this is more along the lines of like, okay, well, obviously it doesn't serve social utility to like question somebody if somebody goes up to you and is like, hey, by the way, I just started identifying this way. Could you please use these pronouns, right? Obviously, you shouldn't be like, are you sure you identify that way? Because there's no evidence that actually serves any utility. There is evidence to the contrary serving utility, that just being accepting seems to serve the most utility. It seems to be the most beneficial for trans people broadly, etc., right? So, again, that would be what they mean by this, rather than, I guess, doing an online debate in the free marketplace of ideas, in which, yeah, you can question stuff, right? It's not a matter of, like, whether or not you, like, question the ideological positions or whatever the fuck. Like, people question things all the time. I question everything, including my own positions. I've questioned them a lot, and that's how I've refined them. That's why I'm right about so much stuff, right? If I never refined my positions, I wouldn't be right about as many things. It takes a lot of time and effort to be objectively correct about most things. It also requires you to be aware of the fact that there are going to be some things you don't know, right? So it's the case that there's going to be a lot more that I don't know than what I do know, right? And I acknowledge that, right? So I don't make propositional statements in relation to things that I'm not aware of, I guess you could say. Things that I don't have enough knowledge to make a propositional statement about, right? So, like, for instance, I don't know, what's something I don't know shit about? Rocket science. I'm not a rocket scientist, so I wouldn't make a propositional statement, right? Because then I would most likely be wrong about it, right?
The feminism, but her feminism has stopped at a point where it's not willing to accept that trans women are women, and that's the problem.
Why must there be no debate? We know why. It's because...
Okay, so if you like debate, which is great, I love debate, then you will be more than willing to come on my show, unless you actually don't want to debate these ideas because you know that you will get blown the fuck out. If you debate somebody like me or Hunter Avallone, or, God forbid, somebody like Nominal Naomi or Synth, you will get blown the fuck out. I'm sorry, that's just an objective reality. I hate to break it to you, but that's objectively true. Now, in terms of this poster of I'm not an academic debate, I don't entirely agree with this. I mean, there is stuff, there are trans issues that are debated among academics, right? So there is some academic discourse. It's just beyond whether or not trans people are valid at this point. It's way beyond that. It's way beyond, does gender affirming care benefit trans people? We've already seen the overwhelming data, and while we can always do more studies, and that's always a good thing, is collecting more and more data over time, it seems to be the case that the overwhelming scientific consensus is in support of trans people, obviously. But people can have debates. In fact, once again, I am offering to debate you. You know, if you're so correct about your position, you know, and this is something you constantly talk about. You have an entire channel dedicated to talking about and supposedly debating this one specific topic, then surely you wouldn't have an issue debating a trans woman or as you like to say, a trans-identifying male on this specific issue, right?
They can't debate it. Many of them are so brainwashed, they don't realise that it's even possible to debate it.
No, I debate it all the time. I just have the correct position and you have the incorrect position. So you will get blown the fuck out. But I'm offering you an opportunity to debate it, to see what happens when you debate somebody that actually does want to debate. And this isn't even me being like an obnoxious, over-the-top debate bro who is asking everybody for a debate either, right? You're the one that brought the idea of debate to the table. If you want to debate, I will debate you. This isn't me like hounding you for a debate for no reason. Not everybody wants to debate, and that's fine. It's not everybody's favorite medium, but you have now acknowledged that this is your medium. This is your preferred medium, is debate. So if that's the medium that you would like to discuss these ideas through, that's fine. But there are people like me that are willing to do it, and you may not get the results that you're looking for. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe you prove me wrong. Non-zero chance, right? But just unlikely is all I'll say.
They don't realise it's an ideology. They have somehow managed...
No, I can acknowledge that some things are ideological, right? But some ideologies are correct, and some ideologies are incorrect. So like an example of incorrect ideology would be like Nazi ideology, for instance, right? Whereas I don't know, leftist ideology would be like a correct ideology, or like the... Okay, let's say you don't agree with that specific sentiment. Okay, fine. What's an ideological position that basically everybody agrees to? I guess thinking that racism is bad is definitionally still an ideological position. It just so happens to be the correct one. So we recognize that, sure, being in favor of trans rights is an ideological position, but it's the objectively correct one that is backed by empirical data. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else I can say.
To convince themselves that they are talking facts, and all they need to do is state them.
No, I've done plenty of research. I have a research document. You know that, right? I've done plenty of debates. I don't just state the proposition and then say that the proposition is correct because the proposition is correct, or restate the proposition, right? That would just be begging the question. That's not how you debate, right? That's not what I do. So...
Woman, I told human female. Woman, I told human female. Woman, I told human female.
Yeah, you know what chromosome is?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Okay, so what about a biological female born with like a vagina and everything that has XY female syndrome or Swire syndrome? How would you categorize them? Are they actually a man? Do they belong in the men's restroom, despite not only identifying as a woman, but literally having all of the biological characteristics of a biological female except for their chromosomes? Because if that's the standard you set, that's the logical conclusion, in which case, wow, there are going to be some people that really don't belong in the men's restroom that are forced to use that by these people's own standards. Or no, here's what they would say. Well, that doesn't count because that's a genetic anomaly. That's what they would say, even though it fucking destroys their entire worldview. That's why they can't address it. Like, saying something is uncommon, obviously, is not like a rebuttal. It's just like a bullshit like tactic they use to be like to try and obfuscate and say, well, it's not worth talking about because it happens so infrequently. But it is, because you're just obfuscating from the fact that you can't essentialize people in this way and have it be completely accurate or serve the most utility. And come up, the whole point obviously being coming up with examples of instances in which they would even acknowledge that essentializing people in this way, based on these categories, based on these definitions, doesn't serve utility and would be harmful and wouldn't be something to do, right? That's why they can never answer those types of questions.
They're women. Okay, and I'm asking you, how did you get to that conclusion? How? You said you understand biology, but then you said men can be women.
No, definitionally, they wouldn't be men. They would be women that were born biologically male, right? So we would just be using words differently. So it would be the same word being used to mean something entirely different, right? And it seems to be the case that the words the way that trans advocates will use words like man, woman, as well as pronouns, seems to serve more utility. So that's why I would argue that because it serves more utility and because it's socially constructed, and anything that is socially constructed should be optimized and designed in order to maximize utility, then it's going to be the case that it would serve the most utility to define people based on the whatever serves the most utility in terms of gender, which would be, well, categorizing trans women as women, because that serves the most utility, right? And if you want to make a categorical distinction between, say, a trans woman and a cis woman, or a biological male and a biological female, you can already do that with words like biological male and biological female, but that doesn't always serve the most social utility, right?
They're not men! So what are they? They're women! How are they women if they have a penis?
Because sex and gender are not the same thing? So what if they have a penis and a vagina? Then what would they be? Yeah, if you have a... Wait, hold on. What about like a trans man that gets bottom surgery and has a dick? Is he no longer a woman according to this weird TERF lady? I would assume that their answer would be no, they're still a woman, but I don't know. It just seems like a logical inconsistency. It just doesn't seem very reasonable, right? I don't believe that the way we socially categorize people should be contingent upon whether or not somebody has a dick. That doesn't seem to serve the most social utility, right? That would be like the counter argument.
You be a woman!
Typically.
Oh no. Has my audio stopped? I really hope not. One sec. It's doing the thing again. That's really annoying. I can't hear shit whenever I play audio. So.
Cultist believes.
Weird. I don't know what would be causing that. Mute and unmute? No. No. Okay, sorry. I think what I might have to do is turn it off and on again. Notoriously one of the best things you can do is turning it off and on again. So. Hold on. I'm gonna be silent for a moment, okay? So. Okay? Oh wait, no, I'm not silent. Change it back to this. Let's see. Let's go. Okay, I fixed it. All right. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work. My bad. Sorry for the interruption.
Hey, how are they? You have a penis, how can you be a woman?
Because woman is defined based on somebody's genitalia. That's not how I define women. So that's why.
Typically, a cultist believes that those they refer to as trans women are women, trans men are men, because of their brains. They'll say this is the scientific and medical consensus.
Which it objectively is.
Certainly is not.
Source?
Therefore, trans women are not a threat to actual women, and they should use the spaces they feel comfortable.
Well, that would be like an entirely separate argument that's also backed by empirical data. Like, it seems to be the case that, trans women are no more likely to assault, women in women's spaces than cis women. Like, there's just no data to back up that they're, like, more likely to cause harm to cis women. However, there is data to back up, the propositions that, that when trans women are forced into men's spaces, that they are more likely to get assaulted, right? So, like, unless you're in favor of, increasing, sexual assault, broadly, like, you should be in favor of, allowing trans women into women's spaces, because they don't seem to disproportionately cause harm to cis women more than any cis woman would. So, yeah, there's just no empirical data that supports this person's argument.
Regardless of how other users, actual women, feel. And this...
Again, facts don't care about your feelings. Like, I don't give a shit how you feel. You could be uncomfortable with, once again, you might be uncomfortable with, like, I don't know, black women using the women's restroom. And maybe all the white women in this white suburban neighborhood aren't comfortable with the few black women that use it, but that doesn't mean that they should have to leave, right? Like, they're still entitled to that space, because they're still women, right? So, it doesn't matter whether or not you're comfortable, right? That's not, like, a reasonable standard.
This is what matters, because you can believe whatever nonsense you like if it causes no problems to anyone else. And of course, if you disagree with them, even if...
Okay, so you haven't demonstrated an instance in which it causes problems to anybody else for trans women to use women's spaces. You don't have any evidence of that. It seems to be the case that it does cause trans people problems when they're forced to use the spaces that they don't want to use, but you haven't been able to argue the opposite.
If you provide evidence that...
So, if your evidence consists of one anecdotal experience, that's not good enough evidence. You can find an anecdotal experience in which a cisgender woman follows a teen around a hospital and will serve a sentence in prison. That is logically possible. In fact, there have been instances of that. There are biologically female sexual predators that prey on children. That is something that can happen. So you wouldn't use that, however, to argue that cisgender women don't belong in women's spaces. So why would you apply this standard to trans women? Why do you apply a different standard for proving whether or not there is harm in terms of trans women and cis women? Surely, if there was some sort of objective or measurable harm caused broadly by allowing trans women into women's spaces, you would have some sort of like peer-reviewed study to back up such a proposition.
Quite explicitly contradicts what they say, then...
What have I said that this contradicts? Because I agree you can find an anecdotal experience for just about anything. That doesn't contradict the fact that it's statistically insignificant, right? There's no statistically significant difference in terms of the rate at which people are perpetrators of assaulting cis women or whatever the fuck, or being sexually predatory or predatory in any way. There's no statistically significant difference between cis and trans women. So what is your argument? Other than feelings and anecdotal experiences. Unfortunately, the facts don't care about your feelings. And the fact of the matter is, you're objectively wrong. Now, I do need to pee. I also need to let my cat out. So, I'm going to be doing both of those things. Going to pull us on, let the video play, and I'll be back, and then I'll address the dumb shit she says while I'm gone. Very sorry, but my bladder is full.
You're a bigot and a transphobe. But it doesn't matter what evidence we provide of either sexual violence or just violence of some trans-identifying men, whether in women's spaces or not. It's just water off a duck's back to the cultists. They may deny it or gaslight us. They'll accuse us of judging all trans-identifying people by the actions of a few, no matter how many times we say the problem is that they are men. Minority of all men are predatory, are abusive, regardless of what they call themselves, and trans-identifying men are no exception. But the cultists just don't care. They don't care. It's like they have lost touch with their humanity. Nothing you say penetrates. The treatment of all of us who dare to publicly oppose gender ideology is really quite extraordinary, quite unlike anything that has been seen before in modern liberal democracies. The lengths they will go to try to shut us up. I mean, they have no conscience about causing people to lose their livelihoods. Of course, the more famous one is, the more opprobrium they attract. Thankfully, they are never going to be able to ruin J.K. Rowling, but they would if they could. And for what? For daring to express an opinion they don't like, but one that is based on biological truth and actual experience of women. Davina McCall is the latest big celebrity target for having the temerity to recommend a series of podcasted interviews of J.K. Rowling by Megan Phelps Roper. Her offending tweet was actually a response to Buck Angel, who recommended the podcasts. Davina, who...
Okay, yeah, so a few things I want to address. First of which is, what is this victim mentality? You're not being persecuted. Stop whining and complaining. Oh, boo-hoo, people are mean to me on the internet. Like, shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody is trying to silence you. I've offered you multiple times in this stream to debate me, obviously. So if you're watching this, once again, you are more than welcome to debate me on this specific topic. I don't have a problem with you debating me. That's not me silencing you. Nobody is silencing you. It's literally just the classic example of a conservative who has been given a megaphone and is on a stage in front of like 100,000 people and is also on TV, is complaining about how bad the censorship has been. I'm being censored, the conservative grifter says on the fucking megaphone. It's literally just that. It's like, no, bitch, you're on TV. Nobody is censoring you. It's literally just the same thing right here. Nobody is at least nobody significant is saying that this person should be deplatformed. I know that's not what I've ever said. I'm a pseudo free speech absolutist. I'm not in favor of that. What I am in favor of is people like this being bullied, because I think it's funny and entertaining, but that's very different from wanting to silence people. Now, in terms of quote unquote ignoring evidence, okay? This is just objectively untrue. No, I don't ignore evidence. It's quite the contrary. I'm the one that actually looks at empirical evidence. You look at anecdotes. So I guess you could argue, oh, well, you're ignoring the anecdotes. Well, yeah, because empirical evidence demonstrates a lot more if we're making broad claims than anecdotal experiences. If you have 5 anecdotal experiences to point to, that's an N value of 5. So what you would essentially be saying is, here are 5 trans women I found out of all of the millions of trans people that are bad and that pose a threat to society. But you can do this for any category of people. You can do this with black people. You can do this with cis women. You can do this with fucking anybody. It doesn't mean shit. You could literally make this same argument and use the same line of argumentation for banning cis women from women's spaces. If her standard for what constitutes sufficient evidence for banning trans people from bathrooms in terms of harm produced is the evidence that she cites, I could cite the same amount of evidence against cis women by simply finding 5 different examples of cis women being predatory to younger girls. That's all I would have to do. See? Look at how these cis women are a danger to other women. We need to ban them from women's spaces. But obviously, nobody would agree with that because that's an insane fucking position. Nobody would agree with that. For obvious fucking reasons. The most obvious reasons, obviously. Again, none of this is logically consistent, though. You can't point to an objective or measurable harm if you're this person. And if your standard for whether or not trans women should go in women's restrooms isn't a matter of reducing harm, and you're okay with more people getting sexually assaulted simply because you don't like trans women and you don't personally feel comfortable with innocent trans people minding their own business and going to the fucking bathroom like everybody else, that's a you problem. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's not a trans woman problem. That's a you problem, my friend. She says men do a majority of the sex crimes, and she sees trans women as men. What would your response be to that? Well, it would be that, first of all, it's going to be the case that if we actually look at trans women, we look at the specific category of people that we're addressing, not cis men broadly, but trans women specifically, because we're not advocating for cisgender men broadly to be. So even if you categorize them all as men, let's say, and there's men and there's trans identifying men. If it's the case or let's say that there's group X, okay, and a small subcategory of group X is group Y, and they want to go into the spaces of group Z. Now, if let's say, for instance, it's the case that group X going into group Y spaces, if group X broadly goes there, that there is an increase in sexual assault. But if group Y, who you might categorize as a subcategory of group X, goes into group Z spaces, there's no increase in harm. However, if group Y continues using group X spaces, even if they are a part of group X, there is statistical data that group X harms group Y. So, what would serve the most utility? For group Y to be able to go into group Z spaces, or for them to not be able to, regardless of how you define them as. Now, in terms of making arguments about definitions, in terms of how I would argue with that would be an entirely separate proposition, right? So we would have to find a specific proposition to argue over if we were going to do a debate, right? So that would be like, but that would be like the line of logic I would go down is harm reduction. If we were to talk about like the definitional side of things, which could be like a one of the arguments that we have to go over inevitably anyway, or that could be the entire premise of the debate, right? It depends on what she does or doesn't agree to debate me on, if she were to debate me. Are you talking about third option spaces? No. I'm saying that even if we accept her definition of trans women being men, that it would still serve more utility for trans women or trans identifying males specifically to use women's spaces rather than men's spaces, because it would reduce sexual assault, right? That'd be like the argument, right? So like if group X is men and group Y is trans women, and even if you think of group Y as a subcategory of group X, and then there's group Z, which is cis women, right? It would be the case that you wouldn't use group X to broadly to determine whether or not group Y being in group Z spaces would cause harm based on whether or not group X broadly being in those spaces causes harm, right? You're dealing with a different specific category of people, right? So like I guess that would be like the way I would argue about it, like in terms of like it's just a way of isolating the variables, I guess. Is like the best way of putting it, right? That's sort of like the line of argumentation I would do. I might phrase it a little bit differently so it doesn't get like convoluted, right? Like it's gonna be like I'm not really focused on like the rhetorical side of things when I remove the variables. So it would be more rhetorically effective than that, but like that's like the line of argumentation, I guess, that I would go for. I would just say it in a more impactful kind of way. Right? That's like I was just explaining the logic, though, I guess, is what I mean by that. Obviously, a debate is more than just explaining the logic behind it. Play.
By the way, is an extremely famous and popular TV star, a household name in the UK. She responded to Buck Angel by agreeing with Buck's view of the podcast. The condemnation was instant. Of course, she was called a transphobic bigot and all the usual stuff, but even the mildest comments were from people not calling her nasty names, but just expressing their deep disappointment. How weird.
Nobody cares, literally. Like, oh no, somebody was maybe being transphobic, potentially, and defending transphobic ideology, and then people that are in support of trans ideology said that it's bad to do things that are bad according to their own ideology. Wow, I care so much. Well, oh no.
Disappointment in what? That Davina was brave enough to say she liked a podcast involving J.K. Rowling? I mean, how cultish.
Do you think it even matters if we can see it on what she thinks? It wouldn't be a concession, it would be an internal critique, right? That would be like the point. So like even if I were to like grant her certain premises that I disagree with, like she would still lose the debate. Like that would be like the point of that, right? Like if because I can grant her certain premises for the sake of an argument while saying, okay, I disagree with this, but for the sake of the argument, let's say you're right about this type of thing. And then I would explain like the line of logic that I explained to you guys, but like in a format or context / way that's more specific to the discussion rather than just like the logic without any variables itself, I guess. Right?
Is that?
We don't restrict any other group based on crime stats. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Yeah, if you were to, well, and that's the thing is crime stats. Yeah, no. You do have a point though. Yeah, you are correct in that we don't restrict it based on crime stats, and we absolutely don't restrict it based on anecdotal evidence, right? But if we were to restrict it, you would at least want to demonstrate that there's some sort of harm, right? But even if there were statistics that supported the idea that trans women are more likely to commit crimes in women's spaces than cis women. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really had to go down that line of reasoning because it's just based on an objectively wrong premise. But I guess the same way, like you could make the argument. I guess the line of reasoning I would go down if that was the case, and assuming my position wasn't any different on the matter, right? Is yeah, but it's the case that it's statistically proven that a black person is more likely to commit a crime, right? Like, which is technically true. I mean, it obviously ignores the socioeconomic conditions that cause that to be the case, but that is technically a true statement. So that could be argued for why black spaces and white spaces ought to remain separate, right? It's like, well, definitionally, black people don't fit into this category that we've arbitrarily defined. So it would actually be better if the people that commit more crimes are all in one space and the people that commit less crimes are all in one space, right? So like, I guess that'd be like the line of argumentation. I don't know. I've never really had to think about that specifically, simply because like I've never really had to argue against empiricism. At least not on the topic of trans issues. If I do like a devil's advocate debate, maybe. Okay, I've done this occasionally where it's like, okay, then you argue against empiricism for fun, just for shits and giggles, not because you actually believe in anti-empiricism, but I digress.
This one stands out as particularly absurd. Look at her outing herself and being recruited by the gender exceptionalist. I haven't heard that one before. Davina hosted Big Brother when Nadia won, and now she's doing this. Nadia Almada is another trans-identifying person who won Big Brother UK back in 2004. And onto the list she goes. This is mind-blowingly stupid. And of course, they won't even have listened to those podcasts themselves, just as they never read JK's essay, setting out her views. They won't read anything by Janice Raymond, Kathleen Stock, Helen Joyce, Sheila Jeffries, Cara Dansky, etc. They won't even look at my website because it's called PeakTrans. They don't.
What? You realize I'm more than willing to engage with this shit. I've offered you to debate me. I feel like it's actually quite the opposite. Like it seems to be the case that people that disagree with me are unwilling to debate me. Like I'm usually not the unwilling party, right? Now there are gonna be some instances where it's like there's like some like random chatter who's like, debate me, and I'm like, I don't know who you are or what your positions are. So the reason I wouldn't debate them is it's like, okay, well, they could just be trying to like come on my stream to say the N-word to try and get me taken down. But that's more of like a, okay, I don't want to get my stream taken down or have my channel harmed because somebody says the N-word. So yeah, in terms of actually engaging with ideas though, I don't think I have ever had a problem with that. And I feel like that's like worse on the right, if anything. I think that TERFs and right-wingers are way worse at actually engaging with the opposition, despite claiming the contrary.
Don't want to hear the arguments. The only media most of them will consume is written by people promoting their ideology. And
okay, if I didn't want to hear your arguments, then why am I watching your shitty content? If I didn't want to hear your arguments, I just wouldn't watch this on stream. It's almost like I'm willing to engage with certain arguments that are supposedly being made. Now, calling them arguments might be a little bit charitable on my end, but I'll grant her the premise of what she's saying being arguments, of her having arguments just for the sake of doing an internal critique, I guess you could say.
And anyone who
Are TERFs not left-wing? No, they're fundamentally anti-progressive. Like no actual leftist is a TERF. They're basically just feminist in name only. Because at the end of the day, being against trans people is inherently a biological essentialist argument / belief, and biological essentialism goes against everything that feminism advocates for. It goes against every actual feminist theory. So that's why they're feminist in name only, right? They're not actual feminists. They don't actually believe in feminism. They believe in essentialism. They believe that the best way to define people socially is based on immutable essentialist characteristics, which is basically what the Nazis believe. They define Jewish people based on immutable characteristics. That's what they do, right? The immutable characteristic of being Jewish, the immutable characteristic of being gay or trans. It's what Nazi Germany did, right? So if anything, Nazi ideology would be the logical extension to TERF ideology rather than TERF ideology being a logical extension of feminism, right? It's not a logical extension of feminism. It just uses the aesthetics of feminism and the name feminism to promote itself, but it's not actually feminism. There's a reason why TERFs are very likely to ally with people that are anti-abortion and like basically far-right Nazis that include the belief, like they believe that women should not have access to contraceptives or abortions or anything like that. But TERFs care more about harming trans people and making sure trans people don't have rights than they do about promoting and protecting their own rights. They don't care about women's rights at all. If they did, they wouldn't be allying with people that are actually trying to take away their rights in order to harm trans people. But it's because they don't actually care about women's rights. They just like the aesthetic of it. That's it. It's all a matter of trying to fulfill some certain, like a certain aesthetic, and that's it. It's not an ideological position.
Criticizes it becomes a target of hate and attempted censorship and
No one is censoring you, you dumb bitch. I'm literally saying that you should debate me, and you're a bitch if you don't at this point. After whining about, oh, boo-hoo, poor me, woe is me, I've been censored even though I literally am talking about this on my public monetized YouTube platform. I'm being censored. It's literally just the stereotypical conservative screaming into a megaphone on live TV about how bad censorship is for conservatives. It's literally just that.
Personal ruin. Okay, I've run out of steam, although I feel like I've only scratched the surface of the mountain of evidence that justifies calling people enthralled to gender ideology cultists. There are so many more.
I guess I'm a cultist that never questions anything, even though I literally question everything and base everything that I believe off of facts, logic, reasoning, and empirical data. Just saying. Apparently that makes me a cultist. Apparently agreeing with the scientific consensus is what cults do. Apparently, if you want to not be a part of a cult, you should immediately start denying the scientific consensus, base your entire worldview off of wrong essentializations and stereotypes of people, use anecdotal evidence instead of statistical evidence, and that's how you escape the cult.
More examples of cult-like behavior, and it can feel quite overwhelming at times.
How did you run out of steam recording this? Are you just that, like, I don't know, brain dead? That, like, after 30 minutes of recording, you're too tired to continue? Or did you take melatonin before recording this? I mean, she does look a little bit eepy. I can't lie. It looks like, well, she's about to yawn. Ugh. I don't know. I mean, I've been talking for like almost 2.5 hours. I'm fine. Maybe this is like an old people moment. I also have to do it live, so there's like a higher pressure on me to be entertaining. I can't just have silent bits in the middle where I get to cut them out. Like I have, there are special occasions where I might not be open to certain ideas that have been disproven. So for instance, like I'm not open to flat earth theory. I feel like that's like a pretty reasonable thing to not be open to, for instance, but no, I'm pretty open to most things, actually. It's just if you don't provide any good, irrefutable arguments for your position, I'm not going to be that inclined to buy your bullshit, right? So if it's the case that I make arguments that refute your arguments more than you make arguments that refute mine, then I'm going to stick to my position. That's not because I'm unwilling to change my positions. It's just nobody has created a good argument against anything that I believe currently, right? Now, there have been past beliefs I've had that people have argued against that I've changed. I used to believe that it wasn't unethical to not be vegan, but I debated somebody, and guess what they did, by the way? They showed me empirical evidence that proved me wrong. And you know what I did upon seeing the empirical evidence that proved me wrong? Rather than sticking to my intuitive position of, well, it seems like it's wrong, lol, XD. Or, yeah, I obviously changed my position. Now I believe that veganism is the morally correct position because I was proven wrong. Flat earthers make great content disbelieving everything in science. Yeah, it's like, there's some things where it's so deranged that, like, why bother engaging? I know that sounds kind of bad faith in a vacuum, but, like, I'm sorry, but if somebody's a flat earther, like, do I have to engage with them in good faith, or can I just laugh at them? I'd rather just laugh at them, right? I would argue something similar for TERFs, not nearly as much, because there are some things they say that might be more convincing, and I use that term very loosely because they're not very convincing than what a flat earther would say. They're more convincing than a flat earther, though. But either way, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how seriously people like this should be taken in when I do content like this. I don't know if I should just make fun of them and not address their points because it's obvious that they're retarded, or if I should do something more like this where I address their points and then occasionally have like one or two digs against them, I guess. I don't know.
And totally
arguably, the more unethical thing is to know veganism is more ethical, but to continue to eat meat. Not necessarily. I would argue that they would be the same ethically, right? Consequentially, if you eat a certain amount of meat, like, it doesn't matter whether or not you are or aren't aware, because the consequence of that is going to be the same, right? People can do unethical things without realizing it, like, all the time, right? Now, in terms of how it judges your moral character, I guess you could say, okay, well, this might be like a judgment of somebody's moral character for knowing it's unethical, but they still eat meat. It's also going to be the case that, like for instance, I still eat meat, but slowly over time, I'm eating more of certain foods that aren't animal products, right? Just slowly over time, because again, 180ing a diet, don't fucking do that shit. It's not beneficial. It doesn't. You're gonna relapse. You're gonna go back to your old diet in like a week. So again, it's a matter of what's the most effective and what's viable, right?
Brainwashed. That's all. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Though I should probably take it a little bit more seriously. Like, I am slowly eating more things that are like I guess like vegetable oriented rather than like meat oriented or dairy oriented, but yeah, I definitely have too much meat. Yeah, anyways, the next video we're going to be watching is called What We Should Know About Puberty Blockers. So this is something that you know, I'm sure she's going to have like a shit ton of evidence for, you know. Well, let's you know, maybe it's in the description. Do trans kids stay trans when they grow up? Sexologytoday.org. Oh dear. Genderhq.org. Oh god. Sci-Hub. What the fuck is this? This doesn't look... Okay, I don't... Oh, okay. Buying time or arresting development. The dilemma of administering hormone blockers in trans children or adolescents. From the NCBI, .nlm.nih.gov site. That's going to be what would hold the most merit in her description. So why don't we take a look at that and see what this actually demonstrates? Because I'm guessing that if she's citing a source that I actually use all the time, the National Library of Medicine, that she's going to be misrepresenting it. Like, I could be wrong. Or alternatively, it does kind of say what she's saying, but she makes some sort of logical leap. Now, I don't know. Maybe she proves me wrong. Maybe this is irrefutable, empirical data that proves my entire position wrong. So let's find out. Again, this is just the most credible source that I can tell is going to be at least somewhat credible. Like I do trust what the National Library of Medicine has to offer generally. But I'm guessing it's not going to say what she wants it to say. So here it is. Buying time or arresting development. The dilemma of administering hormone blockers in trans children and adolescents. Okay. Here's the abstract. In recent years, the use of gonadotropin-releasing hormones, GnRH, analogs in adolescents with gender dysphoria, GD, to suppress puberty has been adopted by an increasing number of gender clinics, generating controversial debate. This short essay provides an overview of the difficulties associated with this heterogeneous group of adolescents and discusses arguments for and against the suspension of puberty. Further, it reviews the main follow-up studies conducted in some of the world's largest clinical centers for gender-variant children and adolescents. Okay. Here's a Samuel Beckett quote that's included. How long have I been here? What a question. I've often wondered, and often I could answer. An hour, a month, a year, a century, depending on what I meant by here and me and being. Okay, I don't know why they included that quote. Maybe it'll make more sense when we read this. So, here we go. Gender variant children and adolescents compose a heterogeneous group of persons who present an incongruence between their perceived gender identity and the gender to which they are assigned at birth. This incongruence can cause significant distress, which is gender dysphoria, and may require clinical intervention. The complex phenomenon of gender dysphoria is described in detail in the 5th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, obviously the DSM-5. Over the last 20 years, youth referrals to gender clinics have dramatically increased. In Europe, the 2 largest gender clinics for children and adolescents are the Gender Identity Development Service, GIDS, in London, and the VU University Medical Center in Amsterdam. Both centers have witnessed a significant increase in referrals over the past 10 years. For example, in London, referrals increased from 97 to more than 2,000 between 2009 and 2010, and 2016 and 2017. So 2009 to 2017. Along with an impressive decrease in the mean age of referred clients and an inversion in the sex ratio of referrals to favor natal females. Research on children and adolescents with gender dysphoria or gender variance, GV, is sparse. However, some findings are emerging. It is now acknowledged, for instance, that children's gender dysphoria / gender variance persists after puberty in only 10 to 30% of all cases. Okay, so what this is referring to is not gender dysphoria exclusively. It's gender dysphoria / gender variance. So gender variance. This could be anywhere from being dysphoric to literally just being gender nonconforming, right? So it's going to be the case that a lot of gender nonconforming children are not dysphoric, so they wouldn't be diagnosed with dysphoria. So it would be the case that they would desist, right? But this isn't people that have dysphoria that are cysting, right? So we don't want to conflate these variables, right? All right, let's see here. It persists only in 10 to 30% of all cases. When it does not, the children are referred to as desisters. At present, there is no way to predict which individuals will or will not suffer from gender dysphoria into adolescence or adulthood. However, persisters whose gender dysphoria continues into adolescence are more likely to experience gender dysphoria in adulthood to a degree of almost 80%. Whether or not gender dysphoria persists, gender variant children are at risk of suffering many psychological adversities, mostly linked to body dissatisfaction. Gender variant... Okay, wait. whether or not gender dysphoria persists. This is interesting. Gender variant children are at risk of suffering many psychological adversities, mostly linked to body dissatisfaction and a lack of acceptance within the family and social environment. Okay, so this would be an argument for being more accepting, something that the person that we're talking about, what's her name again? PeakTrans, this disgusting goblin, okay, is obviously not in favor of that, even though it seems to be the case that it's beneficial. Even in a study that she cites, children with gender dysphoria have been shown to be more psychologically vulnerable in comparison to the general population. Their psychological problems seem to be more of a more internalized nature, for example, depression, anxiety, eating disorders, than an externalizing nature. However, there's considerable variability across studies. There's like an overview study, maybe you look at that in a bit. For these children, family and peer relations. For these children, family and peer relations are generally poorer than for non-referred children. Makes sense. As Badini and colleagues point out, it has been demonstrated that children showing gender variance are at higher risk for maltreatment and abuse. Now, what's interesting is this goes back to a previous point that she made in a separate video, when she was saying that it was wrong for the teacher to not tell the parents of a transgender child that the child is trans. But in a study that she has cited, it literally fucking says that family and peer relations are generally poorer than for non-referred children. So it's going to be the case that what this would demonstrate is that children that are referred are obviously more likely to actually end up being trans, right? It's going to be the case that the relationships between children that come out as trans or gender nonconforming are more likely to be mistreated and abused by their family, right? So here it says, it's been demonstrated that children showing gender variance are at a higher risk of maltreatment and abuse, right? So like this is in a study that she cited, right? And obviously, gender variance would be inclusive of being transgender, right? So if it's the case that a child comes out as transgender to a teacher, and it's the case that they are not comfortable coming out to their parents, that if the teacher is obligated to tell the parents anyways, that this would increase the likelihood of maltreatment and abuse. So what she is advocating for would inevitably increase maltreatment and abuse statistically, right? Moreover, some studies have reported a high frequency in trans persons of childhood and sexual and physical abuse perpetrated by parents and caregivers. Finally, research has shown that trans youth are at a higher risk of self-harm, suicidal ideation, and suicidal attempts, which would obviously be caused by A, the societal implications of being trans and coming out, and B, lack of access to necessary medical care. I mean, this has been proven time and time again. Like, for instance, if we go to a different study that I have in my research document. One moment. Trans research document. Like for instance, if we go to the American Academy of Pediatrics, there's like a study right here about the mental health and timing of gender-affirming care. You can read the entire study. It's a bit of a long one. I've read this on stream before. I'm not going to go over the entire thing. But essentially, what it boils down to is that transgender youth who sought treatment at the age of 15 or older ended up with worse mental health than the transgender youth below the age of 15 who sought treatment, right? So, again, if you... I've taken notes on this, by the way, right? So gender incongruent youth who present to gender-affirming care later in life have worse long-term mental health outcomes than the transgender youth, or the gender incongruent youth that present themselves earlier. And this is because if you're in the late stages of puberty, you've already gone through the irreversible changes of the undesirable puberty to them, right? Like the natural puberty for them is undesirable, right? The same way that like a cis woman wouldn't want to be forced to go on testosterone, right? Like, so like if you're a cis woman, imagine being forced to go on testosterone, right? So let's say you're 11 or hell, you're an 11-year-old girl, okay? In this hypothetical. And you're forced to go on testosterone because society has decided that you're a man and therefore this is your what you ought to do biologically, even though you don't want to do that actually. Yeah, that would be fucking shitty, right? And that would cause irreversible changes, HRT. Puberty blockers, on the other hand, are mostly reversible. Now, obviously, nothing is 100%, right? But it's going to... But any medication you take has side effects. It seems to be the case that puberty blockers are quite safe, all things considered, right? So unless you're anti... medication period and believe that you ought to be 18 or older before you're allowed to take medicine, even though the child, the parents, and the doctors all consent to the medicine being given, unless you're willing to bite an insane bullet like that, there's no legitimate argument you could make. So, again, puberty blockers are almost entirely reversible. Now, you could argue that, okay, it's not 100% reversible. Okay, nothing is 100% fine, right? But think of it as it's basically like pausing puberty, right? And you end up being like a late bloomer almost in a sense, right? So the younger you are, or the younger you hit puberty and start puberty blockers, like the longer you can remain on them for, right? Because this puberty blockers were literally invented because some kids get precocious puberty, which is harmful. They hit puberty at like the age of 6 or 7. That's not good. That's that harms them in terms of their physical health. That was why they were invented. But again, there's nothing wrong with starting puberty at like the age of 16, 17, or 18, right? It's literally just like being a late bloomer. It's not that common, but it's not a detriment to somebody's well-being. It's like you could argue that but that's bad because like what if there's like a man that ends up being an inch shorter or whatever the fuck, right? Because of the stunted growth. But in that case, why is it the case that if there is somebody that is a biological male that hasn't hit puberty and doesn't seem to be hitting puberty anytime soon, why not put them on testosterone until they naturally produce it, right? Since it's such a big deal that they get that extra inch or whatever the fuck, right? Again, it's not a huge deal, so it's not something people worry about. But I digress. The fact of the matter is, the youth that receive puberty blockers and or gender-affirming hormones experience a decrease in emotional and behavioral problems, and also youth referred to a gender clinic at the age of 12 or older are more likely to have experienced suicidal ideation attempts, self-harm, low mood, and or depression than those referred at younger ages. Again, this is a long-term study, by the way, right? So the sooner they can get treatment, the better, right? Again, I always bring up figure 4 from this study. I guess to be a Vaush viewer, not living your principles is just par for the course. Wait, what? Arguably the most unethical thing? Oh, in terms of veganism. We'll get there. I will have a perfect diet one day. Why would you want puberty blockers in the first place if you have to go through puberty at some point? Like if you're trans, right? Like you might not want to go through the default puberty, I guess you could say. Like if you're a trans girl, okay? And you don't want to go through male puberty, then the solution to that would be get diagnosed with gender dysphoria, which is a difficult process, by the way, and then go on puberty blockers so that you don't get many of the irreversible changes caused by puberty that you don't want, right? And then when you're older, like say for instance of the age of medical consent, then you might start HRT, right? So that would be like so you don't have to go through things that make you way more suicidal, basically, right? That'd be like the argument. But yeah, I always show figure 4 because I think this is useful, right? Younger presenting youth and older presenting youth, right? Again, these are all bad things. Depressive disorders, blah blah blah. All this bad shit that you don't want, okay? And again, when it comes to the long-term mental health outcomes of people that don't present until they're older, it's worse. So like the younger you get treatment, the better, right? Like you could make the same argument for depression, right? Like if you have clinical depression and you're a child, right? It's better to get treatment as soon as possible for that, rather than waiting till you're 18, right? Like, why would you wait till you're 18? Not to mention the fact that at least then it's like, okay, that's something that's not going to physically alter your body in a negative way that harms you forever, right? Now let's continue. Do you think a person has to have gender dysphoria to be trans? No, I do not. I don't. But I do believe that, like, when it comes to children transitioning, especially, the ones with gender dysphoria in terms of receiving treatment are the priority, right? So if it's the case that them going through their natural puberty doesn't cause them any distress, then it's not going to be like super important. And if it's the case that it does cause them distress or it makes their life worse, then they have gender dysphoria, right? So that would be gender dysphoria. So you'd want to intervene if that's the case, right? Again, you don't have to have gender dysphoria to be trans, but gender dysphoria would be like the primary reason for medical transition, right? What is the argument for gender affirming care? If you don't have dysphoria, then bodily autonomy, right? And that's a lot harder to argue if we're talking about like kids than adults, right? So I believe that any adult should be able to transition regardless of whether or not they have dysphoria. With kids, it's a little bit more iffy, right? Because I feel like you have to see. Here's the thing, right? Like in terms of what I believe, like I think that everybody has the right to bodily autonomy, and that if you're a child and you want to start like hormones, not just puberty blockers, or whatever the fuck, and maybe you don't have dysphoria, but you have like a slight preference for being a certain gender, I do believe that you have the right to do that, but like that's like a lot harder to argue. So there's going to be a lot less common ground there. So I don't really, it's not like the main priority. You're cute AF? Why, thank you. I mean, healthcare wise, if you don't have dysphoria, healthcare wise, yeah, bodily autonomy, right? Like if you don't have dysphoria, but you have a preference for having a certain set of hormones in your body, like I feel like you have a right to that, right? Buck Angel thinks trans kids should be denied care. Yeah, that's because Buck Angel is retarded. Yeah, anyways, let's continue reading the study that she cited in the video that we haven't even watched yet, right? After I drink a little bit of water, because I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. Anyways, to address the clinical needs of such a complex population and to reduce their risk, specialized centers have been developed with various models of intervention. One of those on which this short essay focuses is the use of hormone blockers to suppress puberty. The methodology is becoming increasingly common in several specialized centers. The intervention was developed by Dutch clinicians in the framework of a combined approach, including medical therapies, as well as psychotherapy, social intervention, and family work. It consists of a fully reversible medical therapy that suspends pubertal development. This is in the study that she cited. Let me emphasize this and read this again. It consists of a fully reversible medical therapy that suspends pubertal development. This is the study that she is citing. It says that. All right, let's continue. Individuals who have reached Tanner stage 2 or 3 are considered eligible for treatment and are administered I'm really good at pronouncing words. Gonadotropin releasing hormones, GnRH analogs. Oh, hormone analogs, okay. Which temporarily suspend pubertal development. These analogs act on the I'm illiterate. Pituitary gland, inhibiting hormone secretion and temporarily suppressing endogenous production of estrogen in girls and testosterone in boys. These hormones are sometimes called blockers because they prevent the development of secondary sex characteristics. During this stage of treatment, in the absence of pubertal physical changes, the child is guided through an exploration of other gender roles in order to experience congruence with the presumed innate gender identity. As Steensma and colleagues point out, the suspension provides adolescents with gender dysphoria time and rest before making a definite decision on gender reassignment without the distress of developing secondary sex characteristics. Cohen Katenis, I butcher names all the time, I'm sorry. I need to get better at that. And colleagues consider it an extended diagnostic phase in which the distress that the physical feminization or masculinization was producing is significantly reduced. For these authors, the early suppression entails great advantages for transitioning to the desired role throughout one's life and thus minimizes the harm to youth and maximizes their opportunity for good social and sexual relationships. The process of passing to the other gender is made significantly easier. So this is linked in the description of her video right here. She accidentally linked something, or she did this intentionally and is going to lie about it, that proves my point and proves her wrong. Because she's a fucking idiot. She's a moron. Let's continue. The child normally also receives psychological assistance in determining whether or not to proceed with hormone therapy, specifically the administration of cross-sex hormones, which is the first step in irreversible gender reassignment. Alternatively, she or he may interrupt therapy and revert to the assigned gender. Once the endogenous, I can't pronounce words. I can read them. I know this is in reference to, look, I can't, there's like a disconnect in my brain between visually reading something and pronouncing words. I don't know what it is. I'm just bad at reading out loud. I'm sorry. Sex hormone production is resumed. The pubertal development is thought to restart normally. Although the use of puberty suppressants is described in international guidelines, there is no consensus in the Endocrine Society guidelines and the standards of care of the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. The primary risks of pubertal suppression include adverse effects on bone mineralization, which can theoretically be reversed with cross-sex hormone treatment. Yeah, it is basically reversed almost completely, if not completely. And compromised fertility. As far as I'm concerned, I've seen, I don't know if I have a specific study for this specific point, that the fertility aspect of it, but I don't think that it permanently decreases the likelihood of people being fertile. And even if it did, like that would be like an unlikely side effect, right? That's like less likely and less harmful than like the side effect of not going on puberty blockers, which would be committing suicide. So if you're so in favor of more people giving birth, then it's going to be more likely that they don't if they're dead, if they're hanging from the ceiling fan. You can't really give birth if you're a dead body hanging from the ceiling fan because you didn't get the necessary medical care you needed, right? Several not to mention the fact that you can literally like there are literally sperm banks and shit. So anyways, several studies have proven the effectiveness of early medical interventions and the safety of these interventions with regard to physical and psychological harm. Overall, the research has shown improved psychological functioning during suppression, no change of mind in terms of gender identity, and the reduction or disappearance of distress related to gender dysphoria. In addition, several studies have reported an increase in gender dysphoria and harmful behavior when blockers are not used. Again, this is the study she cited. So unless she wants to either A, lie about the study, which is the more likely outcome, or B, argue that it's actually good to increase gender dysphoria and harmful behavior, I mean, I don't know what, like, it's literally in the study she's citing. It's saying that yeah, this is beneficial. That's the logical conclusion to this entire fucking study. You gotta wonder how she's gonna spin this. She's most likely just gonna lie about it. That TERF, OMG, she's such a dumbass. Yeah. Autism, yeah, indeed. But it's like, okay, look, this might be an autism moment reading the entire study, but if somebody's gonna cite a study and me simply reading it out loud proves my point and proves them wrong, I feel like there's like a lot of utility in that. Like, I know it's like nerd shit, but like, and maybe it's not the best for audience retention, but I don't care. It's the intellectually honest thing to do, okay? I value intellectual honesty above all else, for the most part, okay? For the most part. Obviously, I've said this like a trillion times. If you're in Nazi Germany and there's a Jewish person hiding in your attic, you obviously lie to the Nazi officer in that case, right? Intellectual honesty is not the way to go there. You lie and say, nope, there's no Jewish person in my fucking attic, right? Obviously, harm reduction would be a more consistent standard, but intellectual honesty generally is the way to go, especially in discussions like these, right? Especially in determining what no, it's great. Okay, good. She just didn't read it, using some quotes to make it look like she knows what she's talking about. I'm guessing she read, oh fuck, I can't even pronounce words. I'm guessing she read like the first paragraph maybe, or like the first 2 paragraphs at most, and concluded, I'm guessing she's going to make the argument that, see, all the trans people are desisting and detransitioning. Only 10% of them don't desist, which is just ignores what the rest of the study says. Like, if we're talking about people that are referred to clinics, that's not people that are getting hormone treatment or even puberty blockers. That's just people that are referred to the clinic broadly. People that may or may not have gender dysphoria, right? So if you're referred to a clinic, that doesn't automatically mean that you get treatment, right? So it's going to be the case that, yeah, a lot of them end up not seeking treatment because it's not for them. So those would be the people that desist. But she's probably going to lie about the study. I can already sense it. I can sense it in my debate. My debate bro instincts are tingling. I can already sense the fact that she's going to lie and misrepresent the study. Let's continue. In their longitudinal study on the first 70 adolescents to receive puberty blockers, DeVries and colleagues reported an improvement in general functioning after 2 years, along with a decrease in depression and behavioral and emotional difficulties. 55 of the 70 individuals were assessed later in early adulthood after cross-sex hormones had been administered and gender reassignment surgery had been performed. Depressive symptoms had decreased. General mental health functioning had improved, and no regret about transitioning was found. Oh, wow. Look at all these desisters of the people that actually receive treatment. Oh, wait. There aren't any. Incredible. It's almost like it's so statistically insignificant that if you have 70 adolescents that are receiving treatment and that not a single one of them will desist or detransition, it's almost like it's such a small proportion of trans people that actually end up detransitioning and not actually identifying with the gender that they thought they were when they were transitioning. Incredible. It's almost like that it's almost like in terms of people that actually medically transition and actually get treatment, not people that are referred to a clinic, but people that are actually receiving the treatment. It seems to be the case that, there's like a really low regret rate to the point where you can have 70 individuals, or let's say, I guess we'll lower it to 55 because those are the ones I think that were assessed later in early adulthood. So let's say 55 of them. 55. Not one out of the 55 have any regret about transitioning. Many about mental health functioning had improved and no regret about transitioning was found. Many, about 70%, reported that their social transition had been, quote, easy. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that they were given puberty blockers and didn't have to go through the undesirable changes of the natural puberty that would make them more suicidal. Maybe it has something to do with that, making it easier to transition. I don't know. Curious. Cohen Katenis, I'm sorry for butchering that, and colleagues in a 22-year follow-up. So anyone that says there's not any long-term studies is lying. So in a 22-year follow-up, the first described adolescent treated with the first described adolescent treated with GnRH analogs and cross-sex hormones reported overall improved psychological well-being and no clinical signs or adverse effects on the brain. Wait, is this a single adolescent? If that's the case, then that's I guess in of itself this wouldn't be that much. I'm not sure if that's what it's saying or not. An improvement in global functioning following pubertal suppression was also found in the UK study of Costa and colleagues in their follow-up of adolescents at the GIDS Centre in London. Consistent with the Dutch and British studies was SPAC and colleagues' report about their sample of 97 patients at a clinic in Boston, MA, in which no adolescents showed regrets regarding puberty blocking or subsequent cross-sex hormone use. Okay. Oh, here's a however. Okay. So, however, use of this intervention has only recently begun, so no other follow-up studies are available, and many questions are still unanswered. So this would just be an argument in favor of doing more research, continuing to administer puberty blockers and the way that they have been, etc., giving gender-affirming care to people that need it in order to do more research on this. Like, obviously, that's going to be the only way to research this specific issue, right? So, and the reason that, again, there's a reason that it started out with doing a lot of research with adults, right? And then it seems to be the case that, okay, with adults, we know that this benefits them mental health-wise, right? So there's that data. So it's like, okay, so it's likely the case that this is going to apply to kids if we allow them to, go on puberty blockers and then HRT a little bit later. It's likely going to be the case that you would notice like a similar trend in terms of improved mental health broadly. And that seems to be the case so far, right? Obviously, this treatment for children is being given to children. It is newer than it being given to adults. But because it's been proven to be so fucking successful for improving the mental health and well-being of adults, obviously the logical next step is to see if there's the same pattern with children, because there obviously is reason to believe that, and obviously you proceed with caution and do scientific studies on this, right? Which is what they're doing. So, the primary counter-arguments are as follows. Ooh, so it even addresses counter-arguments. Okay. All right. 1. At Tanner stage 2 or 3, the individual is not sufficiently mature or authentically free to take such a decision. 2. It is not possible to make certain diagnosis of gender dysphoria in adolescence because in this phase, gender identity is still fluctuating. 3. Moreover, puberty suppression may inhibit a, quote, spontaneous formation of a consistent gender identity, which sometimes develops through the crisis of gender, quote. 4. Considering the high percentage of desisters, this is going to address the thing that she's probably going to bring up from the second paragraph or whatever. Early somatic treatment may be premature and inappropriate. 5. Research about the effects of early interventions on the development of bone mass and growth, typical events of hormone puberty, and on brain development is still limited. 7. So we cannot, still limited so we cannot know the long-term effects. Sorry, I read the number of the reference. So we cannot know the long-term effects on a large number of cases. 6. Although current research suggests that there are no effects on the social, emotional, and school functioning, potential effects may be too subtle to observe during the follow-up sessions by clinical assessment alone. 7. The impact on sexuality has not yet been studied, but the restriction of sexual appetite brought about by blockers may prevent the adolescent from having age-appropriate socio-sexual experiences. 8. In light of this fact, early interventions may interfere with the patient's development of a free sexuality and may limit her or his exploration of sexual orientation. 9. Finally, for trans girls, natal boys with a female gender identification, the blockage of phallic growth may result in less genital tissue available for optimal vaginoplasty. I could address these potential counter arguments myself, but let's see what this has to say. How do you pronounce that? Vraunreitz and colleagues conducted a remarkable study interviewing various professionals of 17 treatment teams of children and adolescents worldwide, finding that the majority of professionals recognized the distress of teens with gender dysphoria and gender variance, and felt that early intervention was urgently needed. Right? So this is important, right? At the same time, though many teams embraced the so-called Dutch approach, a general feeling of unease was expressed due to lack of long-term physical and psychological outcome studies. One of the main arguments in support of early intervention was limiting suicidal risk. This is an argument I make, by the way. Subsequently, the same group interviewed trans adolescents. Surprisingly, the adolescents also seemed cautious. Many had doubts about the ability of a person so young to make such a significant decision, but they also emphasized the capital importance of preventing the development of secondary sexual characteristics. It's almost like they're more self-aware than people give credit for. Jesus Christ. Let's continue. The adolescents seriously weighed the short and long-term consequences of treatment, but this awareness did not stop them from wanting to suspend puberty. Finally, a warning comes from Alessandra Lemma, a psychoanalytic author who has contributed important and innovative insights into transsexualism. In a recent paper, she worryingly suggests that in some instances, puberty suppression can, quote, result in a marked distortion in the young person's relationship to time, unquote, that will negatively impact the adaptation and integration of identity following gender transition, which obviously there wouldn't be any evidence for. Okay, so I want to address some of the things that were said that I don't know that weren't specifically addressed here, because I have heard some of these talking points. So, for the blockage of phallic growth resulting in less genital tissue. So, this is a risk that obviously trans girls are told if they go on puberty blockers, right? And ultimately, this doesn't necessarily this doesn't function as a permanent side effect necessarily either. So it's going to be the case that that if it makes the vaginoplasty more risky due to less genital tissue being available, before they it might be recommended by a doctor or medical professional or whoever for them to go off of hormones for whatever period of time in order for their genital tissue to expand. Let's say they're an adult and they're like, okay, I want to get bottom surgery now. And they're like, okay, but there's not enough genital tissue for this to be safe or viable or whatever the hell. And they're like, okay, the solution to that would just be go off of hormones for a while, let testosterone do its thing for a little bit so that your genital tissue grows. It will do that. So that would be the solution. In terms of early interventions interfering with patient's development of a free sexuality that may limit her or his exploration of sexual orientation, this is just literally it's like, oh, it might have an impact on libido, which it's like, okay, yeah, if you're like a trans girl, for instance, and you're on fucking spironolactone, yeah, obviously you're gonna have less of a sex drive. But there are a few ways to address this, right? So it could be the case that you would like to have a higher sex drive in order to relate to your peers more. You could just stop taking spironolactone if you're on estrogen, depending on usually or lower the dosage or whatever. Again, it might vary from patient to patient. There are ways of increasing sex drive broadly. So this isn't the biggest issue. I feel like having a lower sex drive is better than being suicidal. So again, this would be a weighing the pros and cons type of thing. In terms of the impact on sexuality not being studied, again, another example of something that would just need to have more research, and there's only one way of obtaining that. In terms of the potential effects may be too subtle to observe. If the effects are so subtle that you can't observe them in follow-up sessions, unlike something like suicidal ideation, which can be observed, then again, this is the magnitude of this potential side effect is irrelevant in comparison to the side effect of not having treatment, which would be higher likelihood of suicide, which has been proven. In terms of bone mass and growth, once again, it seems to be the case that once you stop puberty blockers, whether it be going through your natural puberty or cross-sex hormones, that you regain your bone density, right? So it's like a temporary thing. In terms of the high percentage of desisters, this literally just references people that desist from it's the category of people that are referred to a clinic or go to a clinic or whatever, not people that actually get treatment, right? So that's key. Like in the study, it literally supports this argument of like people that are actually getting this treatment have a low desistance rate rather than people that are referred to the clinic, right? So this would be like a fallacious argument, okay? I guess some of the earlier points in the study sort of refute some of these points or counter arguments, right? In terms of the consistent gender identity, like that's literally the whole point of pubertal suppression. Right? Like if somebody might not fully understand their gender identity yet, but they know for a fact that they don't want to go through the wrong puberty, so they go on hormone blockers, right? And that allows them time to mature mentally without having any negative side effects permanently, right? Not to mention the fact that like this is not like having some level of uncertainty goes for any medical procedure. But by the way, like that's just a fundamental aspect of anything, any medical treatment or procedure. There's always going to be a level of uncertainty, right? That's inevitable, right? But if the pros outweigh the potential cons and the cons are unlikely or kind of nebulous or you're unsure what they even are, and it's like, well, this might happen, but I don't know. Whereas it's like, oh, we have statistical evidence to support the idea that the suicidality of trans people is significantly decreased when they have access to the necessary medical care, which is gender affirming care. It's like, okay, there's clearly a cost benefit analysis that needs to be made here, right? That obviously supports my argument. In terms of not sufficiently mature or authentically free to take such a decision, once again, it's not entire. In terms of puberty, like yeah, that's going to play some role into to how mature you are, but it's not going to be the end all be all, right? It's going to be the case that like it has more to do with like how old you are, right? So for instance, there could be a 15-year-old who hasn't hit puberty, okay? They're a late bloomer or whatever the hell. They're going to have more in common with other 15-year-olds who have hit puberty than 12-year-olds who are just starting puberty, right? In like a mental sense. So this isn't the best argument either, right? But yeah, saying that it's not possible to make a certain diagnosis of gender dysphoria in adolescence is also objectively wrong too. Like it can be diagnosed, right? Like if you have like a severe and persistent a level of distress, like related to this issue, then yeah, you can diagnose that the same way that you can diagnose a child with depression, right? Children can be diagnosed with depression. So if you're going to say you can't diagnose them with gender dysphoria because their identity is still fluctuating, it's like, okay, well their hormones are fluctuating too. So maybe you can't diagnose them with depression or ever give them antidepressants because it's still fluctuating. Their brain is fluctuating, so like they might just be sad because their hormonal fluctuation and their identity fluctuates. Like that would be a terrible fucking counter argument. So yeah, either way, yeah, this entire study literally disproves what the person who's citing it says and supports my entire fucking argument. And And here's the conclusion of the study. We didn't even read this. Oopsie daisy. Conclusion, I hope that this brief excursus has clarified the supporting and opposing arguments with respect to the use of hormone blockers and to suppress puberty. On one hand, the treatment might impede experiences that are seriously traumatic for individuals with professionally and accurately diagnosed gender dysphoria, limiting suicidal risk and preventing other adverse psychological consequences. On the other hand, the treatment risks hindering the individual's development of a free personality, sexuality, and identity, thus disconnecting a young person from the typical experiences of his age with no certainty on the long-term effects of physical health. So notice how you can easily do a cost-benefit analysis here. So on one hand, you have something that literally has been objectively proven to reduce suicidal risk and better their mental health. And then so that's the benefit, right? And then the potential cost is it might hinder their development of a free personality and identity, and they might have different experiences from the typical person. Like there's a clear and obvious correct answer here, which is limiting suicidal risk and preventing other adverse psychological consequences outweighs what if it hinders their development of a free personality. So it's like, yeah, this is like way more fucking nebulous and than the benefit. So like if you're going to do a cost benefit analysis, it's clear and unambiguously going to be the case. It's clearly and unambiguously the case that they should be given treatment, right? Like, obviously, there's never going to be any treatment without risks, right? But, again, there are risks with, say, for instance, giving a teenager antidepressants, right? I started taking antidepressants when I was 13, right? But that's a good thing because there is an innate chemical imbalance in my brain that has affected me. I've actually tried going off of my antidepressants multiple times, and it's not good whenever I do that. It causes a lot of harm to me mentally. I don't want to rely on antidepressants necessarily, but, and no, I did not cold turkey most of the time. There have been a few times where I have, but most of the times I've got off of them, I've been pretty smart about it. The longest, I think I went for like a few months with like no antidepressants, right? So it was completely out of my system. At first I felt great, but I think I was just having like a manic episode. Either way, it's the fact of the matter is, yeah, there's going to be potential side effects to any medication or treatment. Like that's just a fact. That doesn't mean that children don't have the right to have necessary medical care, right? That's sort of like the conclusion you can derive from this, even from like a super unbiased study like this, where it's like it tries to present both arguments equally, and it's like it's still obvious just from reading it. It's like, yeah, but there's clearly like a correct and an incorrect conclusion to come to here. Anyways, suppression of puberty may suggest that the person is deprived of adolescence, the crucial time to deal with identity issues, right? But notice how there's like not like a tangible harm being described in terms of like the potential downsides. It's like maybe this might happen potentially, we don't know, and it's like this like really nebulous, intangible potential harm. Pursue unstable convictions regarding the self. However, as Bernadette Wren suggests, there's no evidence that young people's conviction about their gender identity is typically as unstable as other value-laden convictions. So there you go. From a psychological perspective, the main dilemma is to understand whether buying time at such a precocious age truly enables children to explore deep personal meanings, or whether it freezes youngsters in a prolonged childhood. Again, even if it's the case that like let's say it freezes them in prolonged childhood or whatever the fuck, that's preferable to them being more suicidal, right? Like if that's actually what happens, and again, I wouldn't argue that that's the case for a late bloomer, right? Like if somebody doesn't naturally hit puberty, at like a norm, like the average age of like whatever 10 to 12 or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like both of their parents were late bloomers. They didn't even start hitting puberty until they were like 15 or 16 or whatever the fuck. And it's like, okay, so because they're probably going to be a late bloomer as well, like, should they be forced to go on testosterone to go through puberty earlier to make sure that they don't stay in a perpetual state of childhood? Like, of course not. Like, that's insane. Like, you could argue that they're more likely to be childlike for a longer period of time, but it's not like a super tangible harm, right? There's not like an obvious tangible harm with being a late bloomer, for instance, right? So it would have that same level of potential harm as being a late bloomer, right? Which is negligible, right? Like, all of the potential harms that are described are negligible in comparison to the significant decrease in suicidality when people are given necessary medical care. Excluding them from certain aspects of reality and isolating them from their peer groups. Again, this is just like a nebulous, unproven, what if this happened, maybe, potentially, right? But like, let's not like, there was okay, when we were in high school, right? Like, there was always like the few late bloomers where it's like they hadn't hit puberty, but like they weren't isolated from peer groups. Like, usually they had friends the same way that everybody else did. They were just treated like normal people. So, yeah, no, and maybe that's a little bit anecdotal, but like, I feel like there would need to be some sort of like demonstrable harm that's so bad that it supersedes the harm that would be caused from higher risk of suicide and severe mental health consequences, right? This is a rather difficult issue to confront in a quantitative follow-up difficult issue to confront in quantitative follow-up studies, which of course are crucial for monitoring physical and psychological outcomes. Thus, qualitative and clinical studies may have a great deal to offer, especially when conducted by expert clinicians who know these children very well. In any case, as for many other aspects of gender identity development, it is crucial that a person-by-person approach is adopted, as performed by the above-mentioned gender clinics, to tailor effective and appropriate interventions according to individual needs. Conflicts of interest. The author declares no conflicts of interest. So, this is the study that this dumb bitch over here cited as an argument against trans people. So, she has cited a few other things that, okay, these are .net, .org sites. It's not going to be nearly as reputable as the National Library of Medicine. So we've taken the most reputable source that she has cited and read the entire thing out loud on a live stream, and it proves my point correct, and it proves her points that she's going to make incorrect. I mean, it's their own choice. What does it matter if they detransition? Like, yeah, it might suck, but it's not hurting anyone. Surgery is obviously different. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, there's going to be a few occasions where people detransition, right? But that's, like, far and few in between. I was given the option myself. My growth was too rapid. My bones went through crazy growth. My muscles got overstretched. I said no, but I honestly regret it. Took me psychotherapy. Wait. Oh, for puberty blockers because your growth was too rapid? Nobody reads the studies really. When they they cherry pick stuff. Yeah, exactly. Desisting can be because of other conditions. Yeah, that's like another thing that's been statistically proven, is that most people who detransition don't do so because they're dissatisfied with the transition results. So even if you want to take like the small people that do detransition, if you look at why they detransition, it's for reasons that are caused by people like, I don't know, this bitch right here, right? This TERF is pushing 70 and she's going to be remembered by the rest of the world as a delusional bigot. Oh yeah, absolutely. She's going to be remembered as the person that got shit on by Femyoz and Hunter Avallone. That's what she's going to be remembered as. You have to weigh the risks and some benefits. Yeah, exactly. Some feel it since childhood. Yeah, exactly. I desisted for a while, but dysphoria never went away. Yeah, and like desisting doesn't even necessarily, yeah, exactly. Like you might desist due to not being able to afford medical care, which is an argument in favor of having it being more affordable and paid for. That would be an argument for that. There are going to be instances where people desist because their family doesn't accept them. So this would be an argument for increased acceptance, which obviously is something that this person right here would be fundamentally opposed to because she's retarded. Yeah, it's going to be factors like that. And if you actually look at the actual scientific studies and research and data, like it all supports my arguments, right? So let's watch this awful video that I haven't even watched yet. I already know it's going to be awful, called What We Should Know About Puberty Blockers, now that we've already read the entire study that disproves the arguments she's going to make, starting with her awful fucking shitty ass intro. This is out of all the images you could pick, why do you choose ones where it's like, damn, you look really ugly, even with like the black and white stuff. Now, granted, it's because she's pushing 70, as far as I'm aware. I don't know how old she actually is. I would say that she's beyond middle age at this point, or at least that's the way she looks. I don't know. You can tell that it's an old person, obviously, because, you know, when you have like a shit ton of like neck flaps and you're all wrinkly and gross looking, even with the black and white filter, like these are the 6 best images she could find of herself to put in the intro. The 6 images that she's the most proud of, and she looks like fucking dog shit in every single one of them. You know, which is interesting. It's like, wow, it must suck being a TERF that's getting shit on by a trans woman who is like infinitely more attractive than you, right? Like, it's like me compared to her. Like, it's not even a competition, right? It's like objectively, I'm just better by every metric, by physical attractiveness, intelligence, in terms of my moral consistency, in terms of intellectual honesty, etc. It's just like I'm objectively better than her in every regard, and you know, it must suck to be her, knowing that she is inferior by every metric, and that she's so far down the intellectual ladder that she may as well be considered subhuman.
Hi everyone. As some of you know, I've had my Twitter account reinstated after a long holiday, 4 years. I've changed my Twitter handle, so I'm no longer Skeptic Out UK. You can now find me at MP McLachlan.
I literally do not give a shit.
Now, puberty blockers. What is known about them is easy enough to find on the web. In this video, I'm including just the information that I think I would want to know before agreeing to put any child of mine on them. Puberty blockers is a colloquial term for gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonists, GnRH. They work by inhibiting estrogen and androgen production, and they are approved for use by the US Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, for a number of conditions, including the palliative treatment of advanced prostate cancer and advanced breast cancer, for managing endometriosis, and for central precocious puberty, which is early puberty, defined as premature sexual maturation. Like all powerful drugs, they have risks and side effects.
Okay, so you acknowledge that's an issue with all drugs and medication, right? I hope you're not going to argue that children should never have any medication or vaccinations. Or again, the only way to be logically consistent if you're going to be against puberty blockers for children is to be anti-vax. Like you have to be an anti-vaxxer and bite that bullet to be logically consistent.
Depending on what condition they are used to treat. Here is a comment that appeared below the video I did about Jon Stewart. I have been treated with a GnRH agonist for 6 months for endometriosis. I had severe side effects from the drugs that did not stop after treatment and permanently lowered my quality of life.
What's crazy, though, is that this is not statistically significant. So, some random person, which we don't even know if this happened or not, went on drugs where... Also, wait, this is for endometriosis. So how do they know that it's because of the drugs and not... I'm not too familiar with endometriosis. So we already might be conflating variables, even in an individual anecdotal experience. Again, I don't have any reason to believe that, what's their name? Miss Ann 290? That's your source? Miss Ann 290, random person on the internet who you have no reason to trust. That, again, at the end of the day, it's just another example of TERF ideology promoting random anecdotal experiences that instead of actual like empiricism or statistical data, because obviously the actual science doesn't agree with them, so they have to find one example of something going wrong, right? It's like, okay, you could do that for antidepressants. Oh, when I went on antidepressants, there were these negative side effects that permanently lowered my quality of life. I'm sure you can find examples of that. That doesn't mean that no child should ever have antidepressants. Obviously.
Throughout treatment, my gynecologist made light of my problems, saying that they weren't caused by...
Does she always wear that stupid thing around her neck in every video? Yeah, like literally every video. She wears the fucking retarded necklace. I think it has like I think it has the word woman on it, and then it says adult human female. I think that's what it says. But yeah, she looks retarded. Look, I'm all for having, little accessories around your neck and whatnot. They can really enhance your aesthetic. I know I'm definitely somebody that likes having certain things around my neck. And, I actually wouldn't mind somebody like this having certain things around her neck as well. It's just, I guess, the things that I would prefer for her, though, are not very advertiser-friendly, to say the very least. Look, let's just continue. She's proud of it. Yeah, she's proud of being a deranged fucking loser that's wrong about everything.
It wasn't until after treatment that the nurse affirmed that such reactions were common.
Really? Did the nurse say that the reactions were common? Or is this made up? I don't have any reason to believe what one person says if it's not actually represented in actual statistics or research, right? Like, surely if this was common, you would be able to find something that demonstrates it's statistically significant, right? Like, if something is common, it by definition has to be statistically significant. So if it's the case that it's common or statistically significant, that you're able to provide some sort of study that actually demonstrates that this is statistically significant, right?
Seeing Jon Stewart's naive trust in the medical establishment was dismaying, to say the least. Of course, as time goes on, newer formulations can be developed, which can bring with them different risks and side effects. This is par for the course with science-based medicine.
This is true.
Used for early puberty, these drugs are said to have a good track record of both safety and efficacy, although there is...
This also applies to trans youth that use it, so there's not going to be a symmetry breaker you can really draw.
Quite a bit of anecdotal evidence highlighting the potential risks.
Of course, you use anecdotal evidence to points to the potential risks, right? But anecdotes don't mean shit. You can use any anecdote to argue fucking anything, okay? Okay, what about the trans kid hanging from the ceiling fan because they weren't able to get puberty blockers? I'm sure that there are actually more anecdotal experiences of that happening than anecdotal experiences of there being negative side effects from puberty blockers that are permanent. You want to know why there would be more anecdotal experiences of that? Because if something is statistically significant, that means that there is a large collection of that same anecdotal experience happening over and over again, right? So if it's statistically significant in terms of reducing suicidality for trans youth to have access to the necessary medical care that they need, and it's the case that not having access increases their rate of suicidality, then what that really means is that You have example after example after example after example of so many anecdotes of that same thing happening over and over and over again as a result of the things that people like to advocate for, that cause people to die, right? To the point where it becomes statistically significant. Whereas what this person will bring up is maybe 2 or 3 anecdotes every once in a while, and that's her entire argument, which is not statistically significant, right? So if it's the case that, let's say that, I don't know, 10,000 children are helped and 3 are harmed with some sort of medical process, you're obviously going to go through with the medical process in favor of the 10,000 over the 3. Like, that's just basic utilitarian shit 101, right? Like, that's just the objectively correct thing to do in terms of ethics.
This story from the United States is 6 years old. At age 21, this woman's jaw joint had deteriorated so badly it had to be.
My friends told me that I went from looking like a cute femboy to now looking more and more like a 30-year-old woman, but I do need laser hair removal. Maybe that's where I'm headed. And I also would like laser hair removal. That's like something I'm dysphoric about, is that I haven't gotten that. But yeah, it's weird because people, again, beauty standards for men and women are different. It was, people used to think that I looked young for my age because for a guy, like I didn't have that many masculine looking characteristics, and generally it's going to be the case that if you have a lot of masculine looking characteristics that have developed in male puberty, that like you look older and older, right? Which goes into like your early 30s usually. Whereas like with female puberty, like you obviously don't develop as many of those characteristics. So because I look masculine for a woman, and because masculinity is associated with age to an extent, and femininity is associated with youth, that's probably why I now am starting to look like a woman in her mid-20s when I'm 19, because I'm more masculine than the average cis woman.
Replaced.
To be fair, I've only been on HRT for 9 months.
She's been diagnosed with degenerative disc disease and fibromyalgia, which is...
Yeah, and how often does this happen?
Of course, a chronic pain condition.
Okay, does this happen at a statistically significant rate, the same way that the suicidality of trans people that don't have access of gender-affirming care increasing is also statistically significant? Or is the thing that I present statistically significant and not the thing that she presents? How long on progesterone? Almost a month now. Almost a month on P, I guess you could say. On progesterone. I have noticed some boob growth. I've been on HRT since November. Yeah.
Teeth are shedding.
Well, I mean, congrats. I've been on it since June.
Enamel and cracking. None of it made sense to her, she said, until she discovered a community of women online who describe similar symptoms and have one thing in common.
Okay, is that community of women statistically significant regarding people that have gone on puberty blockers? If the answer is no, then yeah, obviously like there's going to be like a small risk of that happening, right? That's something that the doctor would tell you is like a potential but unlikely side effect, because that's what it is extremely unlikely. Like, yeah, you're gonna find specific examples for anything.
All had taken a drug called Lupron for early puberty.
I'm so proud of my Generation Z, because we are a lot more progressive than these miserable, ugly-looking TERFs. Yeah, why are TERFs always so ugly? Has anybody else noticed that? Like, they always look more masculine than like the average cis woman. And arguably more so than even a lot of trans women, right? Like, I don't know, who looks more feminine, me or her? I don't know. I guess I can't say for certain, but I'm leaning more towards myself. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's because I inadvertently associate youth with femininity. Maybe that's the issue. It's a broader societal issue. Young equals feminine. You look much more younger and more feminine than her. Hell yeah. Based. It's like I'm only 9 months on HRT, 9 months on estrogen, and I look more feminine than somebody that's been on estrogen for like I don't know 53 years or some shit. It's like, damn. You've been on estrogen for like 53 years of your life, and you never had to go through male puberty, and you look more masculine than me? Yikes, maybe she's just jealous of passing trans women. You look more like a bottom, though? Shut up. She's post-menopause? Yeah, literally.
Lupron is the brand name given to the...
Look, I'll take looking more like a bottom and being more feminine than looking less like a bottom, but also being sexually and repulsive, right? Like, that's the thing. I'll take looking like a bottom over looking repulsive, right? I mean, this bitch right here looks repulsive. She is repulsive. She's, she looks and acts and thinks like a subhuman does, right? Like she's so far down the intellectual ladder. She's ugly. She's disgusting. She's wrong about everything. She advocates for things that are harmful. I mean, why would somebody like this deserve to be treated with the same moral consideration as everybody else? Well, she wouldn't, right? Like, you wouldn't give the, for instance, the same moral consideration to say a rodent versus like a regular person, right? Like, it's the same line of logic where it's like, okay, we know that because the rodent is like a lower form of life that experiences less sentience, it's less intelligent, etc., it deserves less moral consideration. Not to say that it deserves no moral consideration, but I'd say that like not to say that this lady right here deserves much moral consideration, by the way. Damn. I'm gonna be 24 next month, and I want to look like the women my age, not like a 30-year-old woman. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that if you started HRT in November, again, women that look more masculine tend to look older. That's gonna ultimately be what determines that to an extent, right? Again, age and masculinity are very heavily associated, which is like bullshit, but like that's why you'll notice like and this is dumb, but like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, like when women age, they look worse or whatever, but when men age, they look hotter or whatever the fuck. Not everybody thinks like this, by the way, so don't get too insecure about it or whatever the fuck. But that's generally like the societal attitude, is that age and masculinity are heavily associated with one another, right? So if you look like a masculine woman, you're gonna look older, right? I don't know. That's how I see it for myself as well. Like, I see myself as like, okay, I look like I'm either a very feminine looking guy or a very masculine looking woman. And if people perceive me as a very feminine looking guy, then I, by default, look younger than if they perceive me as a masculine looking woman. It's interesting how that works, by the way. Seems like a bad path to go down, no matter opinions, to see some people as less than human. Yeah, but some people just are. Like, I'm sorry, but like, would you really give this disgusting, flabby fuck that has the wrong opinion about everything, that believes that trans people deserve to all, that we all deserve to to be forced to detransition, basically, and be miserable and kill ourselves? I mean, obviously, it's not to say that she deserves no moral consideration, but like, you would, like, any reasonable person, I feel like, after watching this stream, would give me more moral consideration than somebody like this that's like clearly beneath me, right? Like, and beneath all of you guys in chat too, by the way. I want to make that clear. It's not that I'm special or above you. It's that she's beneath me and all of you guys, right? Intellectually, emotionally, sentience-wise, physical attractiveness-wise even. Not that that's super important. It's just like a funny little dig to put in there. I don't think that matters that much, right? these people believe in conversion therapy. Yeah, exactly. Like they're all demons, they're all evil, they're all subhuman, right? Like if you're in favor of conversion therapy for trans people, like I'm sorry, but you've lost moral consideration privileges. I no longer give you moral consideration because you're not like a person, right? I don't categorize you that way. You're more akin to like a rodent or like a cockroach, something that's like almost like an invasive species, almost like an infestation or like a disease of some sort, right? Like that's what people like this are, is they're like a disease. There's a reason I refer to conservatism broadly as a disease, even though there are some individual conservatives that have their heart in the right place but advocate for harmful ideas. But those people can be saved from the disease, right? It's like a cancer, right? Sometimes the individual people are not the cancer, but they get cancer and it negatively affects them, right? With that being said, it's not the best. It's not the best comparison. It's more like a contagious disease, I guess, right? Where you want to help the people that have that disease while also making sure that the disease doesn't spread, right? That's sort of how I view it, right? Again, there's a reason that people like this, I would consider to function as like a disease in society, right?
Puberty blockers mostly used in the US. Last year, the FDA added the risk of...
The problem is the optics implied of having to eradicate should be on a lot. Well, I mean, yeah, but I just don't care. Like, oh no, I'd be so sad if there were less TERFs in the world. I'd cry, actually, on behalf of all of them, because notoriously I care so much about the well-being of people that want me to be forced to detransition. You know, notoriously I care so much about their well-being. Obviously, it's like, okay, whatever. If my rhetoric harms people like this, then so be it. As long as it benefits other people, which it seems to, right? If me having the correct take and being right about everything, harms people like this, then so be it. Like, people like this deserve less moral consideration for a reason, right? Like, they cause more harm than good, and ultimately, whatever it takes to make sure that people like this never have any power in society, that they're not really treated with the same level of regard and care as actual like human beings. I think that we're good, right? Off to the rehabilitation / re-education communes with them after we've established the ecotopia. Well, I just think, like if somebody like this wants to change, then I start to give them more moral consideration, right? It's not like being objectively wrong about stuff and pushing for harmful ideology is not an immutable characteristic, unlike being trans, right? You can change that by not being wrong about stuff, by changing your positions to ones that aren't in favor of eradicating trans people from public life, right? You can do that. Like, that's something that this woman has the capacity to do. She chooses not to because she's a bad person, right? And that's why I say some of these people are just subhuman and evil and call it a day. Because at the end of the day, like, what's the point of empathizing with somebody like this? She's not going to change her mind, most likely. Now, if she proves me wrong by changing her mind and she apologizes for spreading harmful, disgusting rhetoric, then I'll forgive her. But at this point in time, I have no reason to assume that will be the case, right? If you interlace the correct take without being seen as optically bad, you could have a better impact. Just a consideration to make. Yeah, but I also think it serves utility to make sure that, like, people don't give people like this moral consideration, right? Because something I've noticed with like a lot of centrist types is they're like, oh, it's just a difference in opinions. Like, it's like, no, it's not a difference in opinions. Like people like this with these opinions are like objectively inferior and are in favor of increasing and maximizing harm and minimizing freedom and human happiness, right? Like, it's not like a difference in opinions. It's just some people are objectively wrong and worse individuals. Like, they're just worse and worth less consideration in like a moral sense, right? Her flag also supports genderqueer people. Let's go. That would be like her only W. Her name is Maria, I see, and she looks like a miserable granny whose husband left her for a trans woman. Yeah. Or maybe her husband was a trans woman who left her for a different trans woman. T for T just is irresistible. You know what? Maybe that's what happened. You can justify a lot of horrible things using that language. Yeah, but the problem isn't the language in that case. Like, the language is just like a mechanism to achieve certain goals, right? So if the goal is bad, the problem would be that the goal is bad and that the language is furthering a bad goal, right? So like if people were to use a certain style of rhetoric to push for transphobic ideology, it's not that the style of rhetoric is harmful, it's that the ideology itself is harmful, right? But the reason that the style of rhetoric would be harmful in that case is if it's effective, right? Similarly, or inversely, if it's effective rhetoric and it's being used for things that are good, then it's actually good to use that effective style of rhetoric. Like, I'm not going to cuck myself or cuck my style of rhetoric out simply because it might be bad optics, even though it's more effective rhetorically. Anyways. Would you justify racism/sexism if somebody you deem like this? If someone you deem like this, I see that a lot with Vaush, where he'll justify his sexism. Okay, well, if it's like a joke or using their logic against them and being like, okay, well, you know, if you're in favor of repressing trans people in this way, then surely you have no issue with the same being done to women or to black people or whatever the fuck. I think that would actually serve utility. Now, in terms of the treatment of people like this, like, it's not going to be based on like their sex, right? So, for instance, like somebody like this that has this style of rhetoric, right? Like, I'm not gonna, like, if she was a man, I wouldn't treat her any differently. It's like, regardless of what she is, who she is, how she identifies, what groups she is or isn't a part of, whether or not she's biological male or female, whether or not she identifies a certain way, none of that is really that relevant. Like, regardless of those none of that impacts the underlying principle of people like this being evil and subhuman demons that just want to make the world a worse place and are in favor of more people suffering, right? That reminds me, there is this TERF who made a video called My Father, Trans Woman. There's this trans widow also doing the same thing as this bitch. Her name is U.T. Hagen. You should look into her as well. That might have to be another stream. Interesting. But yeah, I think that, like, but like, in terms of like what Vaush does, like, I don't know, like, I'm fine. Like, I don't care about, like, oh no, he made sexist jokes. Like, if we're talking about jokes, I don't fucking care, right? Actual sexism, obviously, I don't endorse, right? Like, like, I don't think that, somebody like this deserves worse treatment on the basis of her sex, right? So I don't think that should make it any different or worse or better, right? I think that no matter what, people like this should be regarded as subhuman regardless of what gender they are, right?
Tumor cerebri.
Because keep in mind that sex, gender, to an extent, is immutable, right? Now you can change the way you identify, or you might come to a certain realization in terms of how you identify, right? But the underlying mechanisms in your brain that cause you to think a certain way or feel a certain way about yourself, right? That's going to be that's going to be, at least to an extent, like, pretty immutable, right? Being a Nazi or being a TERF, like, that's not an immutable characteristic. So any harsh treatment against this person is going to be based on that, right? And yeah.
To the labelling. That is a horrible condition and potentially serious. It can result in vision loss. Of the 6 cases mentioned in this press release, 5 were being treated for early puberty.
Also, do they realize that there are 6 girls who grow up looking like men due to hormonal imbalances? Yeah, they just say, oh, but that's, like, different because that's like an anomaly. That's unironically their counter argument, which is not really a counter argument. It's like, okay, but they still exist. So how do you categorize them in terms of their gender identity and in terms of their biological sex, etc. Right? Like, I mean, they would by definition be intersex, would they not? So how do you categorize them socially? Would it perhaps have something to do with whatever their preference is?
The sixth is described as receiving transgender care.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that usage for blocking puberty in physically healthy adolescents who are distressed about their sex and who reach puberty at the normal time, which is a usage for which they are not approved by the FDA or any other authority in the world.
First of all, source, and secondly, you still haven't shown an objective or measurable harm. Thirdly, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, you can use medications for more than one thing. Like, medications can have multiple uses, right? That's just an objective reality. So,
is what this video is about. I did make a previous video exposing self-described Skep Chick, Rebecca Watson's very dishonest promotion of puberty blockers, in which she repeatedly claimed that...
Okay, but it's literally just a risk-benefit analysis, and we went over the source in your description, which allowed us to do a risk-benefit analysis of the information that's available to you that you should be aware of if you're going to link it in your description. I expect that you read the entire thing, though I doubt you actually did, but that would be the expectation. In terms of the risk-benefit analysis, yeah, it's like it's going to be more beneficial to just prescribe them puberty blockers if they have gender dysphoria. Like, that's just an objective reality. The pros outweigh the cons. The same way that there might be medical complications for somebody with precocious puberty that go on puberty blockers that might cause medical complications potentially, but it's clear and unambiguous that the pros outweigh the cons, right? So once again, it's just a cost-benefit analysis. That's all you have to do. It's not that difficult either. It's very obvious. So if the benefit is preventing people from committing suicide, improving mental health, and the cost is maybe it might have side effects potentially, I don't know, then I think I'm going to argue in favor of allowing people to have that treatment, right?
Puberty blockers are fully reversible, and in which she...
Do these TERFs have a life other than trying to make us miserable? No. Hunter Avallone was shitting on her a few days ago as well. Yeah, I saw that. Or wait, a few hours ago, my bad. Yeah, I literally saw that this morning. That's why I'm doing this. I didn't know who this person was.
Consistently failed to make clear that the evidence she was citing for puberty blockers was for their use in central precocious puberty and not for normal puberty in...
What's crazy is that in the study that you cited, it seems to be the case that it was used for gender, right? And it seems like if you do a cost benefit, a risk benefit analysis, benefits outweigh the risks. I'm just saying, and that's what the study she's fucking sourced in her description. Not to mention all of the countless different studies that I've gone over multiple times on different live streams that prove my point further. Because the more studies you look at, the more you start to agree with me if you actually read what they have to say. Mainly because I have the empirically proven and correct and scientifically tested position rather than the pseudoscientific. What if there's like a bad thing that happens maybe, and here's like 3 anecdotes. Here's my study with an N value of 3 that proves it's bad, right? Like, obviously, there's like a very huge disparity in terms of like the intellectual rigor between somebody like me and somebody like her, right?
Adolescents. It seems that not everybody understands why the difference is important. But basically, if you...
No, I get that the difference can be important, right? But the studies that I've cited and looked at and researched, and even the one that you cited from the National Library of Medicine, proves my point. So what do you say about that?
Puberty blockers are stopped early enough and the child is free to go through a normal puberty with all the physical and mental development that involves, then in theory at least they shouldn't suffer from the same problems as the child whose critical period of development has been...
Okay, so what critical problems would somebody that goes on puberty blockers have that are so fucking bad that they supersede the suicidality that is increased, like the likelihood of them being suicidal and eventually committing suicide if they're extremely suicidal. What supersedes that? Because it seems to be the case that if they go on puberty blockers and then they go off of them or go on cross-sex hormones, then why would that be categorically different from the natural puberty that late bloomers go through? There are plenty of people, cis people, that don't medically transition, that just don't hit puberty until they're 15 or 16, and that's normal, and that's fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to put them on fucking HRT to make them hit puberty earlier. So you would have to demonstrate some sort of objective or measurable, statistically significant, okay? Keywords, statistically significant harm. And you have not done that. There is a statistically significant harm demonstrated by not allowing them to have this treatment. And it's a statistically significant reduction of harm / benefit to allowing them to have this treatment. So all of the science is on my side, my friend.
Shortened, as happens to children who are prescribed puberty blockers at the start of.
I hate her fucking voice so much. It's worse when you listen to it at 1x speed, too. It's interesting that I'm trans, but I have a better voice than her. Not that mine is necessarily more feminine. It's just a little bit nicer to listen to. But yeah, listen to this at 1x speed. Holy fuck.
Of Tanner stage 2. In that earlier video, I pointed out that the NHS had amended the information about puberty blockers on its website, which once said they were considered fully reversible, but no longer does so. The reason for that rather important amendment was a review of the evidence then available, which found that...
Yeah, she talks extremely fucking slowly. It's like you have to speed it up to 1.2 times speed. Like 1.2, 1.25 is like the ideal speed. So yeah, in terms of the puberty blocker reversibility, it seems like obviously it's not going to be like 100% reversible. Like that could be the case, but it's like mostly reversible, and the extent to which it would be irreversible or potentially irreversible, is negligible in comparison to the harm that would be reduced by allowing them to go on puberty blockers in the first place, right? So again, it's literally just a cost-benefit analysis, right?
That the evidence of...
And again, if you do an actual risk-benefit analysis, you will agree with me every time if you actually know how to think and use your head. But I guess if you don't have a brain like this person, then I guess there's nothing to use. Smooth brain, head empty.
Clinical effect...
To be fair, she's like 60. I guess maybe she has like a early onset dementia or something. I don't know. I just think she's retarded. Like I don't think she would have been any smarter when she was my age. Like she would probably be the type of person I would have bullied growing up, and that's coming from me. Okay, normally I would be the one that's easy to bully, but there are some specific people that for whatever reason they're so vile and disgusting. And just, I don't know what a better way to put it is other than subhuman and below me, that it's like really easy for me to bully them. And I just I'm brutal. You bully someone? Good one? Shut up. Look, to be fair, is that not what I've been doing to an extent? I mean, most of it has been me arguing against her, but like, I've done a little bit of bullying to this specific individual, roasting her. I guess it's more like roasting because it's one-sided. Though I guess bullying is one-sided too. You know, shoving somebody into a locker is not two-sided. This is one of the few people where it's like, I feel like she deserves to get shoved into a locker. I've been out as trans for 6 years now, and I still have no idea what trans ideology is. Yeah. It's tantamount to fucking, I don't know, black ideology. Could you imagine if that was like the main talking point? Like people would sound fucking insane. Black ideology has gone too far. It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, either way, like I understand what they're referring to when they say it. Like they're mainly referring to like the ideological positions of people that support trans people or whatever the fuck. But it does sound retarded.
Effectiveness and safety of puberty blockers was of.
they seem to be suffering from bad menopause, which is causing her to be like this. They have a dried up, reeking, and crusty downstairs that they have to keep talking about transsexual genitals. This is true. This is true. You know, the great thing about being a trans woman is I never have to go through that shit because I get to choose what my hormones are like. You know, it's actually a great benefit.
Of quotes, very low quality. NICE is the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, by the way. And even before that, a literature review carried out in Sweden found an extreme paucity of evidence for all aspects of treatment for gender dysphoria.
Oh, of course. Of course, it's the Swedish study. Everyone loves lying about the Swedish study. So what did the Swedish study find exactly? I forget which one. Is the Swedish study where they lie and say that they compare trans people after transition to the general population and say that, well, they're still more mentally ill, so therefore they're more mentally ill as a result of transitioning? Is that the one that they lie about? Or is that a different one that they lie about? I can never keep track. Very difficult when so many studies have been lied about. But every time I read them, it's like, oh, it supports my argument, actually. Incredible. What a crazy coincidence that every single time they bring up a study, they lie about it. And the study itself says the complete opposite of what they're saying. Isn't that interesting?
A statement from the Karolinska Hospital said, "These treatments are potentially fraught with extensive and irreversible adverse consequences such as cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, infertility."
Yeah, this is tantamount to me reading the fucking packaging of fucking Tylenol and reading all the possible side effects and then saying that children shouldn't have access to Tylenol ever under any circumstances. Like, that'd be an insane argument. Like, yeah, obviously there's going to be potential side effects. It's not a matter of whether or not there are potential side effects. It's about the statistical likelihood of them happening. How bad are the side effects and how bad are they compared to the alternative, which is not taking the medication? How likely is that alternative, right? That's the whole point of this.
Increased cancer risk and thrombosis. This makes it challenging to assess the risk/stroke benefit for the individual patient.
Yeah, obviously there is a risk-benefit analysis for each individual patient, obviously. That's what professional doctors and endocrinologists do, is risk-benefit analysis. Oh god, I'm still like a little bit sick. Sorry for sniffling. Mostly gone away. The cold is mostly gone. Oh, not completely though. Unfortunate. Either way, with that being said, yeah, obviously on a case-by-case basis, you're going to do a risk-benefit analysis for each patient.
And even more challenging for the minors or their guardians to be in a position of an informed stance regarding these treatments.
No? That you do realize that in terms of the way this is being presented, yeah, this isn't the best way of wording it, but challenging minors or their guardians to be in a position of an informed stance regarding those treatments. I guess it depends on what it means by informed stance, right? Like you can have like a if by informed stance they mean like knowing the specific likelihood of each side effect combined and the like a number attached to the risk versus the number attached to the benefit, then I guess that would be the case. Informed stance regarding these treatments. I mean, it's just saying it's challenging though, right? Not that it's impossible or something that can't be done. Like something being challenging. I think that the main thing that's going to be ignored here is the term challenging. It's going to be replaced with impossible to do or something that can't be done or so challenging that you can't make that they can't have that informed consent. Whereas the whole point is, yeah, it's challenging to do a risk-benefit analysis super precisely and accurately for each individual patient. That doesn't mean it can't be done. Like, there are plenty of things that are challenging, right? Surgery is challenging, but sometimes people need surgery, right? I'm not saying that trans youth should get surgery for trans related reasons, by the way. Like, I don't think that that's like necessary. Yeah, anyways.
Now, I did not.
Do you have a schedule of your stream topics anywhere? Yeah, I have like it's not a schedule. It's just like a list of video ideas / stream ideas, like in a notes app. Also, if you don't know who trans widows are the ex-spouses of trans women, where the relationship is broken up due to the transition, and then they go on a full-on transphobic rampage. I did not know that. It can be challenging because the parents refuse to see the evidence of the studies. This is also true, right? Like presenting a risk-benefit analysis to like a regular person who's like not really knowledgeable on the subject. Like you have to keep in mind that like me and like people like me and my community, like we're like the odd ones out. Like most people don't think about this stuff as much. Most people don't read studies for hours at a time, right? Most people don't do that, right? That's like a weird I have autism type of thing rather than a this is what everybody does type of thing, right? It's like a very niche. You have to keep in mind like the average person doesn't know fucking shit about trans issues, right? So it is going to be challenging to present all of this information to like your average Joe, right? They're just not going to be aware of the subject matter, whereas somebody like me would know all of the different ins and outs, all of the possible ramifications, all of the benefits, the costs, etc., right? Since I've basically seen it all.
Mate.
Not seen it all, but like, again, there's going to be some knowledge I don't have, right? I'm not like a massive know-it-all necessarily. There are going to be some things I'm not fully aware of, right? But based on the information I have, it seems reasonable to conduct an internal cost-benefit analysis when analyzing this stuff, and I guess doing so out loud, so I guess it's also external, but doing it the way I would do internally if I was by myself, and presenting that information to an audience and seeing what people think, right?
Any specific claims for puberty blockers in my video response to Rebecca Watson.
I don't think I'm going to finish this, honestly. This shit's fucking dog shit. In fact, you know, I've already gone through a study that she cites, right? I don't want to watch the entire thing. I'm not going to read every single thing in the description. Like, oh, here's an article. This is an article she cites. So it's a study with an N value of 1. So not a study. Okay. What? Skip ahead. Does she cite the?
But it's not in fact an exact transcript. One of the things she says that did not make the...
Oh, an individual person saying stuff. Wow. And then, oh, look, here's... Okay, and then, oh, what's this? This is an article about cross-sex hormones for minors being ended for like legally, made illegal. That's not like a medical consensus. That's a political policy. Guys, did you know that black people should be segregated because that's like the policy that was implemented? Oh, that's not actually a good argument. That's not convincing. Why not? But clearly, it's the scientific consensus. If politicians made it happen, yeah, it's fucking stupid. Okay. Let's see. Anything else that she goes over? Either way, we read the most important study, the one that would be the most credible, that disproves any bullshit argument she makes. I feel like I don't have to watch the video. Mission review reveals several children have been injured in trans care, as the article title. What? How many is several? Several could be like 25 out of how many? I don't know. Like what's the numerator and denominator of this proportion? Like how many of them have been injured and how many of them haven't been injured? Saying several people have been injured doesn't mean shit. You can say that about fucking anything. This is somebody with, yeah, okay. Does she get to the fucking... Where's the part where she gets to the, National Library of Medicine? Buying time, arresting development. Does she not talk about that? Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. Reporting. Maturation. Oh, is it this? I don't know. Maybe I should look into this some other time. I don't know.
She writes, a further concern is that he says his mother, sister, and even his surgeon didn't want him to see what his genital area looked.
Oh, of course, Jazz Jennings, the one singular botched surgery. Wow, that definitely means that puberty blockers. It's a video about fucking puberty blockers. Oh, but Femyoz, the puberty blockers are what caused the genital tissue to not be enough. Okay, so she could have stopped taking hormones temporarily to grow more genital tissue, because testosterone does that, before getting bottom surgery. And in fact, that's what the medical professionals should have advised. So obviously there was medical malpractice in this one instance, but that doesn't discredit puberty blockers. You would go off of HRT and temporarily be on testosterone for however many months until there's enough genital tissue. We already went over this. Yeah, anyways, these are such dog shit arguments. Okay. Yeah, anyways. You know my regret not transitioning 10 years earlier? Yeah, literally. Like, I regret not transitioning sooner. I guess I don't know if I regret it or not. It's too soon to say. If I end up passing as a cis woman, I definitely won't have any regrets. See, but that's the thing is the benefit of these TERFs also hate men so much, and I just realized that. Oh, I've known that. Remember, I don't know if you were one of these people, but I know I used to constantly laugh at and make fun of the man-hating feminists, the ones that would bitch about man-spreading and say that it's toxically masculine to spread your legs. How do you like it when I spread my legs? You don't like it, do you, men? Or 10 questions that men can't answer. And it's like the worst questions ever. It's like BuzzFeed shit. But all of the man-hating feminists that we all used to make fun of back in the day, or at least I know I did, just ended up becoming TERFs. Again, it's interesting. It just goes to show that, like, not saying my intuition is the ultimate arbiter of truth, by the way. It's not. It's far from it. But maybe it's not actually that far from it, because at the end of the day, in terms of my intuition, right, in terms of how I intuitively perceive people and the world, etc., I intuitively knew that these people are fucking retarded, right, before they were TERFs, right? It's like I intuitively knew that these people were insane growing up as a fucking child. So I always loved making fun of the man-hating feminists. Well, and I think it's because I intuitively knew that, like, hating an entire category of people based on some sort of immutable characteristic is fucking brain dead, right? Like, even as a child, like, before I was, like, a leftist, like, back when I was, like, center-right, even then I knew that, yeah, these people are retarded. Am I the only one who sees that Charlie Kirk's face is too small for his head? No. I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, actually. It is too small for his head. Like, objectively, I'm sorry. I know beauty is supposed to be subjective or whatever, but, like, it does look photoshopped. I'm sorry. This looks like it's fucking poorly photoshopped. It looks like it's how somebody would Photoshop somebody's face for a fucking meme. Like, it looks like a joke. Like, you don't look at this and intuitively think, yep, that's a real person in real life. You know? I don't know. It sure is weird. But no, it's not just you. You are objectively correct. Seriously, yeah. But yeah, I guess that's everything I wanted to talk about for today. If you want me to talk about PeakTrans again, this disgusting, vile TERF, I don't know if I want to call her a lady, because, like, lady implies, like, human being, and yeah, I don't know. But if you want me to cover more of her dog shit content, let me know by smashing like. If you want to support the channel, feel free to do that. Looks inbred. Oh yeah, she's definitely inbred, right? Like, if this isn't like, if she doesn't have all the telltale signs of inbreeding, then I don't fucking know who does, right? Looks like Megamind, yeah. If you want to support the channel, smash like and subscribe on all my content, give me watch time, etc. If you really want to support the channel, help my dreams come true, Streamlabs link in the pinned message and description of every stream or whatever, /VOD, whatever the fuck, /video, I think. If you want to support me, help me make my dreams come true, you're more than welcome to do that. How are you still streaming? I mean, I'm ending stream in like a few minutes. I sent you a Streamlabs. Wait, actually? Oh shit. It didn't go through on my end. I will read it. Fuck. Streamlabs. Let me do this quickly. Log in with YouTube. Why do I have to log in every time? Come on. Hello? Okay, sorry. I was like, is my Wi-Fi lagging? I was gonna rage quit if it did. This thing is not loading. But it's loading enough to know that, okay, it's probably fine. Tipping. Tip history. Common Femyoz W. Why, thank you. Batao Crafter. Ya beautiful fucking bastard. Thank you for the $10 donation. Beautiful motherfucker. Always very much appreciated. Helping the dreams of a small streamer come true. Love that to death. Love you to death. As much as you can in a parasocial relationship, of course. Thank you very much. Also, I didn't do a fit check, did I? Couldn't get a donate. Oh. Can't be doing a... Ooh. Gotta be careful. Certified Hood Classic outfit, by the way. Had to do a fit check, because obviously if I'm getting a $10 donation, you should wear a full dress one stream. I mean, I did wear a maid dress yesterday on stream. I don't know. Yeah, hell yeah. It's like, I can't be getting a $10 donation and then not do that. So, inadvertently, I guess you caused me to do a fit check. Very cute fit. Why, thank you. You should debate Xanderhall on what? I feel like the main points of contention I would have with Xanderhall is that his style of rhetoric is ineffective. I don't think he would debate that. Or like, him just acting like a retard. Like, I don't know. Easy win? Yeah, but like, I feel like if I were to... I feel like he wouldn't debate somebody unless there was like a political disagreement, right? Rather than like a, you handled this YouTube drama poorly type of disagreement. You should debate someone who disagrees with you. Yeah, I mean, I offered the person we reacted to today to debate me. That's why I want to save some content for another stream. Because, you know, I look, sorry. I know this might be a little bit fucking weird of me to an extent, but I want to milk content out of this person. If this person is going to exist and be a terrible person and whatnot, I'm I will farm her for content, okay? That's what I will do. Whether it be in the format of me debating her or watching more of her dog shit videos and debunking the dumb shit she says. Perhaps we go through the entire video that we sort of briefly looked at, but kind of skimmed through. Look, I don't have time to watch another 30-minute video in this stream. But, I mean, that shit takes, like, multiple hours per video. Considering how often I pause and look at stuff. We read the entire fucking study that she cited, and it proved all our points wrong before we even watched the video, so... yeah. Either way... boy. Oh, fuck. Sorry, dead air. Adderall be wearing off, huh? Oof. It'd be like that. But yeah, generally when you debate people, you obviously want to debate people that disagree with you. So if I were to do more debates, obviously, they would be with people that I don't agree with. Sanderhall, indeed. Yeah, that's the thing, is like... I don't know what I would want to debate Xanderhall on, because it's like... I don't know, I'm not interested in debating him on whether or not he did a good job talking about the, I don't know, the fucking iDubbbz situation. Or, oh, here's why I think that you're retarded. And that's my proposition. And his proposition is, well, here's why I'm not retarded and you're a poopy head. And it's like, okay. I mean, we could do that, but probably not, because A, he wouldn't agree to it, and B, I mean, like the most boring debate ever. Unless it was like a satirical debate, but it wouldn't be, because like Xanderhall is kind of stupid. You know, he has below average intelligence. Literally, he has a 97 IQ. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world to have a 97 IQ. It's not the greatest measurement of all time. I guess he took it a long time ago, but you know, I don't know. Not making any definitive statements. I'm just saying, like, what would the debate be? Gonna send you a TPUSA event? Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that on stream because something tells me if there's a TPUSA event, I'm gonna be pausing it like every 2 seconds to make a long-winded counter argument to every wrong thing, every wrong, objectively incorrect and factually incorrect and verifiably false statement that gets made. Oh, I'm sending you to a TPUSA event. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to, like, make sure to, like, bring, like, I guess I'd use my phone as a camera. I guess I could do that. Or, like, I'd need to, like, have, like, at least some sort of, like, way of making sure that I have some sort of raw footage, right? So that I don't get fucking clip chimped or some shit. Where they cut out all of my good arguments, have a friend record. Bold of you to assume I have friends. All jokes aside, though, yeah, I don't know. TPUSA do be kind of cringe. I can't lie. I can't lie. Potentially, take Jalen. You know what? Actually, unironically based, I would do that. Me and Jalen go into the fucking TPUSA event to own the conservatards. Unironically, like, it'd be good content, right? Like, as long as we can record on our own devices to make sure that, like, we don't get fucking clip chimped or some shit, like, I think, you know, you'd get views with it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's gonna call everyone a Nazi. No, she'd be the camera woman, okay? She's not the debater. I'm the debater. Dead Domain infiltrated CPAC. W Dead Domain? I actually do know who that is. Very, very based from what I can tell. You'd get views, no way you wouldn't. Yeah, for sure. I would enjoy that. I'd have to, like, I'd do a lot of preparation. Dead Domain is ultra cringe? Wait, really? Why? Don't let Jalen talk anymore. It never goes well. Well, no, it's just she's not good at debate. She's good at, like, she's good at trolling. And she's like fun to talk to. She's just not debate brained. She's a video essayist, cringe, yeah. Yeah, she has a video essay brain. That's why she's good at editing, is because she has a video essay brain. I guess I'm decent at editing, but I'm still predominantly debate-brained. I don't know much about them, but I know they hate Destiny lol. Ooh, interesting. Nominal Naomi is also a good debater. Oh yeah, she's really good. Jalen is good at one thing, and it's saying the N-word. No, she's like genuinely a nice person, especially behind the scenes. They are very clever. Dead Domain is a researcher more than an essayist, in my opinion, but yeah, I don't know. I guess she does both. She puts research into her video essayists. She is pretty good at saying that. I mean, it is a skill, you know. To get it to roll off the tongue really well. I mean, hell, the times I've said it, it doesn't nearly have the same punch. In all seriousness, though, I don't get why people hate on Jalen so much. Debate Vaush with lollies. Oh, that would be the... He wouldn't debate me on that, otherwise I would. What's the idea of autogynephilia that TERFs are spreading? It's pseudoscience that's been debunked like 5 trillion times on... Yeah. Dead Domain does easy content. Conservatives are somewhat racist. Yeah, no shit. I guess. But like, you could say that like what I'm doing right now is easy content, and honestly, at least to me, it is. But that's because I have fun doing it, right? If I have fun doing something, it's easy or whatever. But you watch it because it's entertaining, right? Because it's still good content. Good content isn't necessarily difficult for the person producing it, right? It's good because I care about the subject matter, so I make all of the best arguments, I'm entertaining, blah, blah, blah. You get the point, right? Even when I'm, like, more calm and quiet before ending stream, like right now, for instance. It's getting late, so I will end stream soon, but even with this, it's like I'm more entertaining than most, simply because I'm talking to you guys, you know? There's, like, a certain level of engagement that's fun and chill. And even good for it's even good for a podcast, you know, listening to me just talk, you know? I mean, that is what a talk show / podcast is meant for, right? It's talking. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Either way, I guess there's not anything else to cover, so... Now, what's interesting is streams like this always get less concurrence, but the average view duration is always a lot higher. Not like a lot higher, but definitely higher, like noticeably higher. Like, there are a lot of streams where I'll get like a shit ton of concurrence, but like the average view duration is like half of this. For streaming, if I stream like the same amount of time, that is. Trying to find when the next TPUSA event is, but I don't care where to look. I have no idea. Even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to go to it, realistically, as much as I'd like to. Though I would definitely... that's something I would really have to prepare for, because that would be like a huge opportunity to make myself known, to make a name out of myself, you know? I don't know. It's hard to say. I count for 2, honestly. I always play stuff on 2 devices, and they're not on the same account nor IP. That's valid. Not that I would endorse watching me on multiple devices or anything, but I definitely wouldn't stop you. I don't know if it's... Is it TOS to encourage people to watch on multiple devices? I don't know. To me, that just sounds like I don't know, like a convenience thing. Like for instance, like you prefer watching something on your phone, but it's easier to type on your computer, so you have the live stream open on both ends, right? I don't know. Well, I need to work and I watch on laptop. Oh, okay. Interesting. So phone and laptop, yeah. I kind of figured that would be like the 2 devices. Would they even let you in? Probably not. If you are attracted to trans women, then these TERFs will call you a gynandromorphophile. GAMP for short. Yeah, look, I don't normally make fun of people for using inefficient terminology, but god fucking damn. Gynandromorphophile. Jesus Christ. It sounds like something that somebody would make as a fucking joke to make fun of TERFs. Maybe that's what it is. The fact that I can't tell if you're making fun of TERFs and making up a term, or if that's something they actually say, is really telling. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be like that. I think it's Blanchard terminology. Of course it is. They all fucking suck Blanchard off, even though Blanchard is retarded and has been disproved by actual scientists like 5 trillion times. Best Kanye album. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know anything about Kanye relative to the average person, probably. I don't know. His music is fine. Weak? I'm not weak. I am strong. I am so strong. Look at me. I'm very strong. Look how muscular I am. I mean, look at my hulking man arms. Okay? You know, obviously, you know, everyone can tell that I'm a man because of my hulking man arms, my giant hands, you know. Bottom, shut up. Aren't you like 4 feet? Calm down. I'm not 4 feet. I'm 5'6" and a quarter, I think. I don't know if, is it a 5'6" and a quarter or 5'6" and a half? Maybe it's less than that. I don't know. It's definitely at least 5'6", okay? Shut up. I asked what's it called? I asked them what it's called when they fetishize trans men, and I got no answer. Well, yeah, because because trans men disprove their entire fucking worldview in relation to trans people. It's like, yeah, I think that people should go to the bathrooms that correspond with the biological sex they were born as. And it's like, oh, so you want trans men who look like Buck Angel to use the women's restroom. And then it's funny because they'll also make an argument about the comfort of the women. But what's more uncomfortable? Me going to the women's restroom or Buck Angel going to the women's restroom? There is actually a right and a wrong answer. Believe it or not. As to what would make more people uncomfortable. I'm the opposite, 6'5". Damn. That's pretty tall. I'm 5 foot. Why is everybody so much taller than me? Not fair. I don't know. Then again, to be fair, I would probably... I guess because height is something that a lot of people are dysphoric about, even though tall women are fucking hot. Maybe I would be dysphoric about that if I was to... I have no idea. Because, like, I've been told, oh, I'm actually jealous of your height. I'm like, huh. I guess I've never really thought about it. Height surgery? Yeah. I don't know. Look, tall women are so fucking hot, though. That's the thing. It's like they got that, like... Especially if they've got, like, that mommy-dommy energy. The fucking domineering... But it's like femdom energy. You know what I'm talking about? Dude, if you're taller, it enhances femdom energy by a lot for me. It's a pain on joints back and it's getting worse with time. Damn. I was blessed with a very feminine appearance. Well, that's good. I guess people have said the same about me and I'm like, do I really look that feminine by default? Like, pre-transition? I don't know. I mean, I was a femboy, so I guess I had to be somewhat feminine compared to the average man. Twinkie? Yeah. I was definitely Twinkie, if nothing else. The same way that somebody like, I don't know, Lyreoz is. Blanchard was just this, quote, science guy who is discredited. Yeah, he's literally a pseudoscientist. You look like my ex, who was, fuck, it's covered by an emoji. Who was very cis. So yeah, sorry. There's like a little circle on my chat. Right? There's like a circle that covers chat. So sometimes that covers it. Same thing in my Streamlabs software too. Same. Larissa. Okay, yeah, true. I meant to call her Larissa. Okay, unironically though, like, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it fucking pisses me off. And then whenever I try to read a message, it's like I sound like I'm illiterate because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck, which 5 letters are being covered at this time. Which 3 to 5 letters. It's fucking bullshit. I'm like, okay. Great. But yeah, okay, unironically though, Lyreoz, if he were to transition, he could pull it off. I've also heard people say that I, by default, look like Lyreoz. Okay, I look like trans Lyreoz. So if we use the, you see, if me pre-transition, it basically just looks like Lyreoz, and trans Lyreoz, or Larissa, is hot as fuck, then according to the substitution property of equality, everyone inadvertently agrees that I must also be hot as fuck. Think about it. I mean, his entire chat agrees that we look similar. And the weird thing is I kind of see it. The chances of me passing are 7 to 10. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you probably don't want to focus too much on that. Like, passing isn't everything. I mean, if it mitigates dysphoria, then that's good, I guess. But it's not the end-all be-all. Or at least it shouldn't be, right? I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. Anyways, I'm tired.